Hello, hello, hello. You play games, I make games. I'm Amorph here, and today we're doing more Artfight. I haven't quite gotten to do it in like a hot second, as I've grown quite like a bit busy. It'll get a bit busier over the next 2 weeks, but for the meantime, we have this. And shortly as I start the stream, everything will start going, well, I suppose the good word for it would be very slow and buggy. And for that reason precisely though I do not use line art when I'm doing these streams at the moment, because my laptop cannot handle such a thing. I'll probably have to zoom in on this thing later and resize it, and I hope to do everything that I remember to do so. But until then, we have a couple of constructions to do. This is an attack for two different people, one of which is Moxio, I suppose, and the other one of which will be Frasakun, which is quite neat and will be very, very cool once I can actually get it done. Now, first, Frosty will be the brim hat in this scenario, but their color scheme is rather monochrome, so it's got something. It's funny because originally I wanted to swap them over, but nowadays I don't know. It's a bit. Originally, I wanted this one, the brim cap, to be the other character, but in hindsight, I have figured out that maybe it's the opposite that would be better. So I'll gently press Control Z and hope it works. And I might have to actually figure out how this works, in all honesty, but we will see. Maybe I won't have to. Alright, so let's try and painting in the cloak. I'm using these brass lines. They'll likely hike up around the shoulder, so I might even delete a little bit of it over here. Ah, marvelous. Great. And then I would put lightly over here, but that's for future reference. Now, they have a few things. It's a little bit... Their design can become a little difficult for me because it's a little muddy when it gets to it. Like, the silhouette is clear, sure, but there's some aspects of it that are a bit more difficult to work with. Still, let's continue on to adding to these robes. As you may know, if you have seen me before, which I suspect you have, all of my lines show up like a couple seconds later because, well, we're lagging. And so when I'm drawing, I'll usually not actually see where I'm drawing or where. That's okay, because I'm quite used to that, since originally I started digitally drawing. Well, actually, first you start with a mouse, you know? But after that, I was drawing with one of those drawing tablets that doesn't have a screen for like a long, long time until that, well, partially, it was broken to begin with, but then I wanted a little bit of an upgrade, and I did get the upgrade. But, you know, I'll try using some gray for the lighter colors at the moment, because they have this, I don't know, shirt going on. It's almost a little odd of the setting, but not too much. I'll try to zoom in a little bit as well, because, yeah. Their hat is, well, it's there. The outfit seems to be very Witch Hat Atelier inspired to me, hence I wanted to put them in a Witch Hat Atelier, like, drawing, you know? There's a couple things that I'm trying to take into account. One of them is those golden accents, which don't play a big role, unfortunately, but they are still kind of cool and important. And the other one is they've got white accents as well, which are, there we go. And the white accents are from their shoulder blade to the middle, as done, well, twice. Technically, the cloak isn't supposed to be fully open to begin with, so I might actually fix that. There we go. Great. And once more. Very good. And I'll try separating them out a little bit with a thin line of gray. Oh, no, I pressed Control Z an accent. So when I'm drawing this, I cannot be pressing Ctrl Z unless I want to lose all of my progress. So it's a bit out there. I might actually end up making the background some kind of color so they can make sure to go and use the gray. Careful now. Ah, there we go. Not so bad. And I definitely will make it some kind of color. Let me just put it in here. Wonderful. And I'll take this dull purplish blue. That'll do us nicely. I might have to make this a little bit more opaque though so they can see. There we go. Now back to it. I'll try zooming in one more time and very carefully adding in more of that gray so then that purple shows up through the gaps. Ah, great. Great work, great stuff. Now, there is the factor of the second, there we go, the other side, and the triangle bits that come with that. Now, if it'll simply, yes, it followed it marvelously. So much has changed since my first stream when under these conditions, and it warms my heart a bit, you know? Because back then it was a real panicky time. Half of it was unexpected, and you know, well, most of it was unexpected, really. You can't test these things until you actually go live and see how drastically the quality can dissolve. But persevering through it has really done good things for me, I think. So the way that goes over here, that little loop, is also very similar to the as it starts. I mean, it's kind of good, but I worry for it a little bit. This loop is hard to define, and that's what I think annoys me. I'm going to quietly add these, and then maybe I'll add a little bit over here, as well so you can see what's in front. But that's not good. Let me zoom in once more, and then perhaps press Ctrl Z as I have accidentally drawn in the middle of a circle. I sometimes worry that I sound as if I'm stuttering when that is not the case. A few other things similar to that as well. There is the whole S sound, which, well, the S sound exists in my native tongue, but the TH sounds do not, and other similar things like that. But specifically for the stuttering thing, I know that my brain goes at perhaps a few miles an hour, and as a result of that, I can sometimes forget what I was going to say mid-thought, you know? Still, I think there's a little bit of this going on with it, so you can maybe. Let me zoom out and perceive it. I think it might do us good to actually do it that way. I can't tell if the line is because there's visible stitching supposed to be there, or if it's simply to separate the two lines in an uneven sort of manner. I think it might be more of the latter, but hard to tell. Now, if it'll just let me zoom out. I actually kind of like it like that, I think. Alright, I'll stick to it. The other thing I'm not sure of is I think there's white lines at the bottom of the cloak, and I know that part. But it's whether they're going straight along the seam or they're going up and down like a wave pattern or something I'm not quite certain of. Well, for now, let's keep it as is. I'll zoom in twice more, and then I'll wait for it to actually catch up. Oh, what a wonder. And over here, right. So this is the, like, sticking out part, I suppose, of their sleeve. I want to work with the brim part of this brim cap, you know? I think that'll be cool. But I also need to work with their hair, and I think that might be more important. I'll go on a separate layer when I'm working on the head, because I am frankly worried. And then I'll pick some colors, which I think will work nicely. Technically, I think yellow is the best, but we will have to get back to that yellow later. There we go. That should be good for a head, I believe. Yes, wondrous color. And I'll pick 10 pixels as the shade itself. There's a bit of a... I'll go to the layer below quickly and select our normal gray so that we can select in this high color that the original design also has going on. And I'll color it in for now a little bit so they can kind of clear it out. There are also two buttons that go onto it, and I'll go and press multiply on the layer above to draw them in for now. Ideally, I'd remember to draw them properly, but alas, I do not know that is the level of trust I hold to myself. Oh, but the... okay, the buttons are a little bit different, which is unfortunate because that was really nice, but I'll let it listen to my control that function real quick. There we go. 1 and 2. Not the most perfect placement. Maybe if I try to move them, it'll be okay. Things still left to be desired, but yeah, that's fine. Probably. We'll live anyway. Now back to our face. The face itself should be looking, but it should also be... okay. So it'll be facing that way, and that's the ear. That'll be okay. I'll try adding a little bit of the darker, like, tan color over here for where the neck is. I might even place this underneath everything else. That might do us good. Now with that in mind, I'll try starting with the light gray, because I think then we can add highlights, and that'll be marvelous. There we go. The light gray is because their hair is white, so I really want to make sure to emphasize that. The actual shape of the head is something I'm not quite certain of at this angle, a little bit. And it sucks that I can't actually experiment with it very much, because, well, we can't really do a liner under these conditions. But I reckon we could probably do something good with it. If I return to number 5 for pixels, I should be able to draw a little bit of that fringe. Yeah, maybe. They've got this, like, it's very nice hair, but it's sort of like, I guess, anime hair-ish style of bangs, you know? And that can be really good, but I find it a little bit hard to draw in perspective sometimes. They also, there's a couple more things, but I'm not quite sure I'm going to include them yet. I'll try adding some of the highlights now, just because. Oh, it's not the best, but we will live, won't we? Maybe. It's better to go for clarity than just for specificity. I might just draw over it on dark gray again, and maybe I'll go with white ponytail, and we'll go off of that. That should do us nicely. I'll still pick a 5, and then over here is where I want that ponytail to show up. And I want to go, I don't know, maybe like so. They got this like wispy hair look though, and I quite like it. But I'm not being very successful at it at the moment. I'll control that and hope it only deletes the ponytail and nothing else. Here is... I don't think that's... Is it? Yeah, that's the base for it. I'll have draw a little X for where the middle should be after that. And then we should... On one hand, a string like that should be good. Perhaps I should have been drawing the ponytail on a separate layer. I think that does a lot of good. I'm not sure what to do. Normally I'd maybe duplicate them and erase the old ones, or even just mask it out, but I'm a bit worried about that at the moment. Maybe I'll try masking it out. If I go carefully around the head, yes. But there's a certain aspect we're missing. I'll have to redraw it, because I can't reach my shift at the moment. And that's unfortunate, because if you press shift while selecting, you can add selection. This is the cut button. And then we go to, what layer does this multiply? It is. We'll go to one above that, and we'll place, well, the paste button. Okay, we're gonna have to cut. Where is this? Ah. Oh, it's already pasted. Alright, let's delete it. Let's unselect everything. Marvelous. And then, is this the ponytail? No, it isn't. Is this the ponytail? Yes, it is. Wonderful. I'll make sure to color the multiply layer purple so I kind of remember where everything is. Great. Now, with that in mind, let me quickly adjust course of this thing. Not the best. If I control that, will it still? Yes, it's fine. Great. I'm going to try to make sure it actually follows my stylus this time. Much better. And then I will. The question is, I pressed Control Z one too many times. That's unfortunate. Not Control Z. Control minus, I suppose. Yes. Which is the fast key for moving backwards or zooming out. I knew it was going to be that far. Alright, now, where does the second part of this ponytail go? Maybe something like so? I don't know if that's something I can get behind. I mean, I guess. I'll pick a size 10 and try and, like, make it a bit better. But it has decided to draw over a bunch of things, so we'll have to fix that before we continue of anything else. See, okay, there is a problem here, and that's that this hair would be guiding, and the pose would be guiding the viewer to above where the actual broom hat would be, or not broom hat, but the, I don't know, Knight of Morales? I'll color the hair as yellow at the moment and then hide it, so they don't have to deal with it. Now back to our original plan. Great. I'll select our dark beige. I'll go in, and after that we can add a little bit to it. That'll be lovely. The moment it lets me zoom in, of course, which might take a little bit. Maybe I'll even go to the layer underneath. What layer is that? Is this it? Ah, it is. Let's carefully draw in that arm without overstepping too much. And then we're drawing in these fingers, suppose, for lack of a better term. Just a little bit more. Something like that. Let me see what I was going to do with it. Ah, I see. Just erase a little bit of it. Yes, and then add a little bit of it to here. Marvelous. And now I'll lock the layer, and I'll grab our lighter color. And I'll color in the arm in lighter color. And since it's quite what I was going for, let me look. Perhaps it was. Will it? Ah. Well, there's our answer, I suppose. It's not the most marvelous, but it'll do. Great. Now to continue with our cloak. There are a couple parts to it, one of which will be the tassels I want to make sure not to forget. There's one more on the shoulder where the orange, well, not quite meets the white, but you know. But for now, we must color it in. 10 is generally too hard and too large a brush size, so I have reduced it so that I can work with details a bit more. It's been doing wonders. And I'll go back to the orange because there are certain bits of it that I want to actually fix up. I'm focusing a little bit too much on the detail, and though that is common for me, I want to change that very soon. How soon is the question, though, of course. Now, we'll draw one over here, and we will draw the tassel. There we go. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Now back to the gray that comes with this sort of thing as the high color. Very carefully I'm sculpting out the shape. Very nice. It's a shame I couldn't come up with something a bit more interesting for them though. Cause yeah, sure, they're like having an epic battle or whatever, but honestly, it's a shame I can't utilize their colors a bit better for this, you know? I mean, I could try, but it'd be something, honestly. There is a darker gray that I want to use, so I will quickly find it. Perhaps this color will be good. Yeah, I think I can trust it. Over here. Very much. And then maybe a little bit more over there. Yep, I believe I'm happy with that, so let me go in and color in the rest of that sleeve. Yes. It's working out nicely. Just a little bit more. Yes, the gray is showing very, very well. And once more over here. Great. What now, though, is the question. Also, I'm not convinced this cloak actually has sleeves, but I don't know whether that's something I want to actually keep in mind. I think so. I'll try adding a bit of a connective line to it, so that could be at least debatable, or plausibly deniable. But does that work with a line of action is the question. Because I think it might be interrupting it. Is it interrupting it? I'll control Z and see if there's something else that I can do. No, there isn't. Perhaps if I make it a little bit more dramatic. I suppose. But then again, maybe if I do that, that could be nice. Alright, let's start on coloring in some more of that cloak. There will be things as I go through it where I will really hope not to forget how the cloak looks. I picked a much larger brush now, so we're trying to cover a lot more of the area. And we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it actually follows my mouse briefly and soon. We need to keep in mind that at the moment I'm experiencing, in addition to everything else, mouse drag, so I have to be very, very careful when I'm drawing. Because if I draw close to the line and I don't account for drag, it'll draw over the line, and then that won't be particularly fun. So I need to keep it in mind and be very, very careful. Now we'll return to number 10, as number 30 scares me with drag on when we're going to a less large area. Now carefully, because for smaller brushes the drag can be negotiable, I suppose. But for bigger brushes it's a real danger. Just like so. I suppose it's time to zoom in soon. Yes, I shall. I think I might have it to change the pose a little bit so that they can hold their like magical stuff in their hands together, maybe. It should be good, I think. It still gets the point across, you know? Beautiful. Beautiful. And once more. There's a bit of an issue. I'm not sure. Like, on one hand, I really want them to be like a Brimhead versus Knights of Morales. On the other hand, I don't know, maybe I should recolor the uniform of the Knights of Morales to be blue or something? Because the character does not wear red, and, well, in their permissions it says that anything as long as it's something that they would wear, which there's not a lot about their personality in the character description. So it's probably not personality based, so I'm basing it off their design. And their design has a lot of wings, hence why Knights of Morales seem to be a much more fitting choice. Unlike this one, where they already have a brimmed cap, so I figured that's probably the only logical solution here. Still. And then carefully sculpting it out. Carefully sculpting it out. Yes. Okay, and it went over itself a little. I guess I can kind of deal with that. Let's select number 5 and then, select grave. Gray. And number 5. Where was one more line? And actually, I didn't need that line. I'll control that and hope it works. Yeah, not too bad. Great. I'm just checking the holes by changing the background color. And back to number 10 is the color in the last of this particular aspect. Yep, good enough for me for now. And then more of the darker colors. Let's try a little bit over here. I will have to draw the shoes, but I'm not looking forward to doing that exclusively with shapes, I'm gonna be honest. Shoes are very fun to do if you can do them well, and I can. But the issue is that at the moment, that can turns into a can't. So let's try one more time by coloring on the other side. Hypothetically speaking, it should turn out nicely, but I'm trying to be careful. Not too bad. Right. And I'll wait for my mouse to catch up, probably. Yes. Not so horrible. And once more over here. There we go. Because I'm trying to make sure I don't have too many gaps. As much as it is a stylistic choice to leave them in there and not do it perfectly. I think it just adds to it, but having them too large is a liability. Carefully once more. And then I will reduce to number 5 and I'll grab the light gray briefly because I know that I've gone over the bounds a little bit and it worries me. There we go. Perfect. Now if I zoom in, it'll be really, really good. Zooming in. Yes, lovely. Not too bad. Close it. Then once more. Yes, there we go. Very good. And then let's try doing it this way. And once more, this one little detail over here. Oh, wonderful. Truly, truly wonderful. It's funny how my pen like shakes a little bit, even though my hand isn't shaking. But still, we can cope with it. And that's truly wondrous. Honestly, it's so nice. I think there is a bit of satisfaction that comes with overcoming a challenge, you know? And that's a kind of satisfaction that can stay with you for a very long time if you make sure to pay proper attention. And I think you should. Now, if we just right over here, very carefully, I'm drawing in the shade of the cloak. And it's working out quite nicely. There we go. And then I guess I should also draw the sleeve shade, I suppose is what you'd call it. I'm trying to carefully outline that. Alright, outline worked. Maybe it'll straighten it out. Nope. Okay. Club Studio has this new feature, which sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't feel like working for me. But if you draw a straight line and then you keep it like down your pen and don't move it, it will automatically straighten itself up, and then you can move it also, like change its angle, position, everything else. I know why it's there because of like probably Procreate or something. They do have themselves the competitor, but like not really my thing normally. Still, I find it can be useful sometimes, so I'll try to sometimes implement it just to see. Because if it works, great, and if it doesn't, fine. And then back to, I don't know, I'll go to number 5, because number 10 scares me a little, because it's too large for what we're currently doing, which is adding shadow to the inside part of the sleeve of the cloak. And once more, a little bit more shadow. There we go. I don't know if this is exactly what's proper. Maybe I'll even add a little bit more. Let me run through it that way. Maybe once more. No, unnecessary. I'll go back and delete those parts. There we go. Alright, I will try to use the boots now, I think. The boots are this light brown gray color though. Oh no. I don't like that little part in the bottom left corner with the weather. I think I might just delete it later. And once more for a second color that I simply want to remember. One moment. Well, dear viewers, thank you for your patience. We are back. My roommate had, for some reason or other, wanted to move chairs out of his car. So that has quickly been accomplished. Now to the... okay. The shoes... Well, I think we can do something with it. We're back to number 10. Number 10 is terrifying. The shoes are a bit large, but still. Probably something we can do fine without too many troubles. Final. It's the Ukrainian word, by the way, final. And it does mean basically the same as fine. Final. Oh, okay, that's not the right color. That's not the right color at all. So to coloring in, there we go, and just a little bit more. This is the foot, and I kind of want to. Well, I suppose the foot is something you relate to the entire shoe, but more in the like sense of the sole of it. Not even the sole, the outside part of the sole. I don't know what that's called. The foot of the shoe, I suppose. Now, I do hope it actually repeats any of the actions I have taken. Well, it repeated something, that's for sure. Now I wanted to actually catch up. Wonderful. Now if it'll just do a little bit more of that. Please. Well, it does not seem to want to do so, which is unfortunate. Ah, there we go. Okay, finally. And I'll switch to an invisible color so they can erase. Wonderful, now I can erase this little thing it has added earlier. Hopefully for good. Doesn't annoy me how uneven it is, but well, you have what you have. Now I'll select back on normal color and I'll go to number like maybe 7 because I still am a bit afraid of number 10, but we need something larger than 5. It has become evidently clear. A little bit, because there's holes that are in this drawing that I do not want to be in this drawing. And then once more for coloring in. There we go. A little bit nicer for the boots. I'll try to adjust something real quick. Okay, good. We're still going great. Let me just select a little bit final flat color base for the shoe, and then I can start working with, oh, I'd call it lighting, but I think that would be very generous to what we have. It's more like pointing out the silhouette of it a little clearer. There we go. And once more over here, because there's a bit of a divide. Yeah, that's not too bad. Great. And I will have to also use a little bit of that golden for a few reasons. Number one is there's this yellow latch on the side of the shoe, which I'm not quite sure what to do with. Number two is the shoe has these like interesting buckles in between themselves that don't lead to anything. So I will simply draw the, I guess, X's of the shoe a little bit. I'll pick a darker color first so it's easier. There we go, and then once more, like so. Not too bad, and then I can use the lighter gray now. Well, it could be a bit better, but it's not too bad. I'll point out a little bit of the gold again. There we go. Much improved. This shoe is an interesting design, I think. And then once more for the polish over here. Great. I have one shoe out of however many we need. I suppose two, but the other one will be a very different thing. It is a, a very significant change in perspective. The, I guess, leggings are also a dark gray, so let's try to gently draw those in. Very good. I'll pick up number 5 again so they can work on the details and covering those. Especially where the lines touch each other, I'll try carefully to count it in, but yeah, and there we go. And then once more, beautiful. Yes, just a little bit like so. Okay, the legging is coloring itself very nicely, and that is working out, which is wonderful. I need to remember to do this as an attack for the member of the opposite team first and foremost, even if both characters are in about equal amounts. And keep coloring that. Now, I thought mass attacks are like attacks that have like 500 or 50 or something characters, but I wonder if attacks with just multiple characters are a mass attack, you know, by multiple people specifically. Okay, not too bad. Now to the actual, like, other shoe. I'm going to add another layer underneath it because I'm a little scared of messing this one up. Which I shouldn't be, but still, you know? Over here, like so. Now, I think a little bit of that, like, foot part of the shoe would be showing up in these circumstances. How does that work? If I erase that, will that do us good? Not too bad, but I do want to have it more towards a singular point, I think. That would probably do us good. Now for the shoe itself, there is a little bit that comes with having a strong base for it, which I will implement with this darker brown. Because, like, I don't want to call it a soul, because it's not. But there's a certain sickness to it that we need to remember about, you know? Just like so. And back to some of the orange. Marvelous. Over there. Great. Actually, the soul itself doesn't really... would that be better? Or am I... I don't know, it's hard to tell. I'll try maybe going in with dark brown again. I honestly don't remember. How peculiar. That's why it's important to look at, like, the soles of your shoes and the soles of your feet and other things as an artist, you know? Alright, and then over there, like so. Not too bad. Still, there's some left to be desired, I believe. I think I'll just blend the sole in some places where I believe it should be. Like over here, when it comes to lighting. Not because the sole itself needs to be blended in with the shoe. That's ridiculous. Still. Not too bad. And then move my outline. Okay, I'm going to control that twice because I'm not very happy with that particular way of drawing it. Hopefully it'll actually work soon. Wonderful, and if I control that once more, great. There's a certain part about this, maybe over here, that I want to have. There we go. I think that'll make for a better product in the long run. It's so hard to draw this well, though. I guess. Oh, the shoe is not the best, but that's okay. We're after and under a lot of limitations after all, so it's only natural for the shoe to also be perhaps below my usual quality. But nonetheless, as long as it's shaped and we can see the perspective of it, it should be alright. A little bit more of the shading here. Maybe, is it light underneath? If I go as follows. Oh, it's almost a bit excessive, but honestly I think it's okay. Let's add a couple more of these circle things, and then a couple of the grays. I'll try adding a darker gray over here. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. It is a bit messy though, which I don't like, but I don't know what to do with that. I'll try to... maybe if I gently apply a little bit over here. No, control Z on that last one. Something's still not quite right with it though. Try adding a gentle line over here and then maybe a little bit over here. You know, really heal, I suppose. Now let's look at comparisons. Off, on. Alright, maybe I'll make it just a bit. I know it's a bit too opaque in some ways, but in other ways it's really under opaque, I guess. I'll just keep it at 100 for now. We'll see what happens. With that all done, there are a couple more things I need to draw, most of which include more of those types. It is between those tights and that white undershirt they have going on, which is a thing. I'll try drawing it in with like a light green, and I'll try with number 5 because, you know, still a bit scared of other solutions. And I'll go with something like that. Ah, yes, that'll turn out wonderfully. I can already tell. Now let me just zoom in to undo some of my mistakes. There we go. And then if I pick light gray, I can continue on coloring it in. Oh, wonderful. Now I'm coloring in the undershirt of this wizard on the left. Yes, very good. We have finished with 1, we have finished with 2, we have one of the leggings, although not all of them yet. And soon it will be. After that we can move on to maybe more exciting matters, like some of the action. This is still an action pose, so I suppose we do have some of the action part down. But, you know, there's still the action lines, the magic itself, anything else along these lines. Although honestly, for the kind of magic, it's an interesting thing to think about. Because in Witch Hat, the magic needs to be written, you know? You can't just not have it written at all. Especially if there's magical effects afterwards as well. So, will they be using paper? Will there be some other kind of reason? Truly bizarre question. Now, 2 coloring in the second legging. Looking from over here and then very carefully, yes, like so, put it underneath the, what's it called? The tunic, I suppose. The white tunic we have underneath our robe. And I'll pick a dark color and I'll make sure to, there we go, add some shadow. Wonderful. Now I'll try maybe using a bit more of the lighting. And this, at this rate, if that is how we're fighting, where would the lighting be? Maybe like so? Ah, yes, it seems wonderful. Let me very carefully color it in. I have made it so that it looks like folds in fabric where I want the light to fall, which adds more dynamic movement to it and makes it feel less weirdly proportionate or stiff. And it is wonderful. Now let me just keep coloring it in. There we go, in that lighter gray. Perhaps I could pick more of that medium gray again to add a little bit more, I guess, detail to this thing. Very good. Very good. Not too shabby. Alright, and then once more to the darker gray, I suppose. Maybe. I'll try darker gray first and see how it goes, and if it doesn't work, I'll go back to light gray. I think it does work. Let me very carefully draw that in. There we go. And light gray for the outline over here. Because I don't really want it to merge with the legging underneath. Difficult as it may be, but they need to be separate. Wonderful. I should really zoom out at this stage. Actually, some of their stuff is very cool because it like kind of twists and meanders, and that's very sick, you know. I could go the Good Witch Azula route with it, actually. Nothing's truly stopping me. I guess I will. Alright, let me select a mask though first. For those unaware, there's that show called The Owl House, and in it, the, like, I guess the role model witch that the main character has, uses a magic staff that turns into like a bazooka. And so that might be the kind of route I want to go with it a little bit. Or at least in terms of like how it's handled. Let me erase that very carefully. Hopefully it'll erase it thoroughly too, and then we will be absolutely having a time of our lives, won't we? One more. Okay, there we go. Let me take a closer look at the staff, or a further away one, I suppose. Alright. I will carefully add a few details. Just as soon as it switches to an actual color. Okay, with it being an actual color, we can now... I'll have to delete a little bit because I went over the lines. That is annoying. There we go. Alright, and then they have this like geometric thing that could be going on with it, and I really like it, so I want to exaggerate it. There we go. Let me point it out. The staff kind of has like veins or tree markings or something, you know? But they're a little bit geometric looking, so I figured I could probably lean into that geometric feel of it. And then once more over here. And then I'll try adding another line in between them. Not too bad. And then I'll add once more over here. And then a little bit... I'm personally quite happy with that base for a staff, to be honest. Although just a little bit of an addition, because it does not want to follow what I have laid out nearly as clearly as I have wished. There we go. And then obviously because of the perspective, we need to add a little bit of the dark gray over here, so we know it's like the end of that particular stuff, and then a little bit more of the light gray was there. Over yonder, as some may call it. Yeah, seems legit to me. I'll go back to the layer underneath and draw in some of the arm. The moment it will, of course, let me. Well, if we must wait. There we go. Okay, let's try, and then, of course, there we go. They would be flapping a little bit in the wind, so. And by they I mean the collars of the shirt, because they have those. I can't tell if the shirt has collars or if it's got like fancy sleeves going for it. I think it might be fancy sleeves, but I think it's too late to change that. So collars it is. Very carefully. There we go. And then a little bit more of that light gray because I went over the lines earlier. There we go. I'm currently coloring in the second sleeve of the shirt. Soon we will have almost nothing left to draw. I wonder if it'll be wonderful or if it'll be a curse. What do you think? Alright. So with that, let's slowly color in. Okay, very good. Very good, very good, very good. There we go. And then light gray for over here. I suppose a little bit over there. Yeah, not too bad. Maybe I'll even either way I did a little bit. Perhaps not the best idea I've had, but you know, far from the worst. And slightly darker gray again over here. I honestly like to add a little bit more shading over here as well, because I feel like it would be passed on to it that way. Yes. There we go. Very nice. And then if I decide, yes, I've gone a little bit over the shape of the arm, and it's, well, I suppose a bit annoying to me, so I want to patch it up. There we go. Now is the question. Last I remember there was the arms layer. And where was it? Ah, there. Alright. Now, with it, I can probably draw the rest of the arm. And then do so over here as well. Ah, not too bad. I will have to once again lock it so that I can draw the, I guess, fingers in a different color. Very good. And then unlock it. That'll be wonderful. Yes, there we go. And zoom out a bit. Hopefully soon. Any second. Truly. Once I zoom out, we can do what is the question? I do need to add in that like purple orb it's got going on at the end. But also there's a little bit over here that I want to kind of... There we go. Now I can add the purple orb. Yeah, seems about the perfect place for that. Oh no. Where is that? No. No. Do I not have a good purple? This one's not... I don't know. This one, I guess? Oh, all the purples are awful. And then I'd want it to be a little bit warmer. But still purple. I guess I'll go with this one. It's not the most wondrous purple, but probably do something with it. No, I don't like it. Purple's still bad, but like, I don't know, it's so difficult to choose a good purple. I'll try just with this one, I think. Great, and then if we go to multiply layer, I'll carefully add a little bit more. Is this not a multiply? Oh, my bad. Alright, let's try, perhaps this one? No. This one? No. This one? I mean, it's darker. Ah, there. Shading it with warm lighting should do us a lot of good. There we go. And then, of course, something light as well. Let's select that way, and then in the direction of blue. There we go. Sounds like that's still missing. I'll control that. What is missing? That is the question. Perhaps we just do something simpler like so. Yeah, that seems about right. Now I can add the brimmed cap. What is this underneath? No one can tell. Genuinely can't tell what it is. Alright, let's try drawing the brim cap. It'll have to be... How do I make sure it's with the line of action? That is the question. That could do, like, nicely. Perhaps if I made it a little bigger. But making it bigger, we have made a bit of a mistake. I don't know. I'm sure I could probably loop the hair around. Oh no, one control Z has erased the entire thing. Let's control shift that and hope it brings it back. Because I did quite like the shape. Right, with that, I'll bring a bigger brush and I'll erase that outer circle. Wonderful. I need to do it very carefully because otherwise the brush will snap to my new pen location and then it will erase a line straight through it. That would be very bad. Like so, like you have just seen. That's okay, let's try coloring it in now. Carefully, carefully, very carefully. Yes. I've made a circle with a hat, so now I'm trying to color in that circle before we add any more details to it. very carefully. I want it to follow my pen. Very carefully. A little bit more over this way. It has gone over the line a little bit. Okay, let's go back to number 10, eraser, and very, very gently erase that part. There we go. Wonderful. Back to 30. And we're drawing a little bit more of that gray in. I have somehow miraculously not gone over the line yet. But never say never until you're done. Oh, great. Good. Good stuff. I'll make a new layer for actually adding in the cool little circles inside the cap. I did not like that last one. If I press Ctrl Z, they're all going to disappear, aren't they? Oh well. No, not to my liking. Oh. So strange. I can't say I'm too mad about it. Maybe if I do it once more on the rim. You know, of course I did exactly want to, do just that. Make a giant line across all of my lines. That is exactly what I wanted. I hope it'll carefully erase where I have asked it now. Well, it kind of did. Let's teleport you over here. Wonderful. Ah, good stuff. Just a little bit more. There we go. And then once more. Not too bad. Not too bad. A little bit more carefully. And just a little bit more this way. Ah, wonderful. Alright. Hypothetically speaking, the hat should also have like a pointy end to it, right? But it's one of those with the like. Alright, let's go underneath it for that. There's a dark gray we can use. Hypothetically doing this should... no, of course. It has added random lines to in between where I was drawing. Okay, because I can now fix them. Very carefully, there we go. And maybe I'll pick a lighter gray. Put a mask on it to make sure. There we go. And I should be able to draw it. I don't think that's too bad, yeah. Alright, and then once more, we have another thing for the base of the cap. Which specifically is kind of like the darker side of it, I suppose. I'll color it in gently. Just like so. I don't know if I should color in the rest of that underneath as well. I guess the answer is yes. Alright. Maybe. I'll add a little bit more of the shading over here where the head is. And I'll go over here and I guess I'll add more of this. Good. I'll then do one more thing. I'll just put this layer on multiply and put it above everything else because I don't want to shade the... Is that better? There we go. I'd say that works. Probably. I think it does work. Maybe I'll add one more layer to the rings of the hat so they can make them a bit more trippy, I think. You know, add line thickness to them so they look a little bit more like optical illusion, I guess. You know? Adding line thickness is certainly not a bad idea. Alright, and then once more to over here. I might delete a little bit of it though, because in that place it's a bit uneven, and I don't like that. Ah, there we go. Maybe a little bit over here as well, because otherwise it won't look intentional. It still doesn't look intentional, but we can probably deal with it. Maybe? Don't know. I guess we'll have to deal with it. I'll put it on a yellow. There we go. Oh, right. I forgot a bit more of the orange or gold. I don't know, the tassels. That's the part. I'll put one carefully over here. And I'll put one more over here. Yes, very good. Now, the cloak itself also has those, I don't know what they're called. More white, basically, is what we're getting at. I have ended up drawing it in a dull gray, which is unfortunate. But I guess they'll, personally, might add to it even. And once more on the other side. I'll have to pick a gray to cover them up a little bit. And make sure they're more triangular. There we go. And they have those like yellow things in them as well, so gently put them in. You know, pepper them around. There we go, there we go, there we go, and there we go. Not too bad. And then the ends of the cloak are also this like yellow thing, and I'll have their tassels as well, which I'm not quite sure what to do with yet, so I guess I'll try one more thing with it. Let me go 10, and then so they're technically doubles, but I don't know what to do with them. No, of course, drawing a line between all of them just makes it so much easier to decide, doesn't it? It has drawn a line between where I started and where I ended the stroke again, causing it to kind of be interrupted. Alright, and then once more, let's color one over here, one over here, and oh, I did not like that. Control Z. I did not like it drawing over that entire thing. There we go, our solution's done. The best solution for these kinds of things is to simply go over the line twice, there and back, so it doesn't feel tempted. I didn't like the last one, but I can't delete it. I'll try a bit carefully. There we go, and then once more. And I can probably erase it now, just the top layer, you know? That ain't too bad. Overall, doing great. Maybe I'll add like a glow dodge thing to it so that uses the lighting underneath or something. And possibly delete this part. Yeah, I think it's okay. Could be better, but could be also significantly worse. Maybe if I put it up to 60, because I do want it to look at least similar color to that white. Once more, maybe a little bit more. Alright, that's enough. I'll Control S. Don't forget to drink water. Alright. Works great. Maybe if I zoom out a bit. I'm trying to understand what I'm doing. I believe I need to draw the second character now. So I'll try to Control G for all of them. Control G. Oh no, I didn't press Shift. Okay, Shift for all of them, and Control G. Great. Now we have one group. That is just the. Yeah, that hair is never gonna work. I should probably delete the hair layer. I will, I think. Yes, delete it. Wonderful. And once more add another group, and in that group we'll make our new layer. I need to think about the Knights of Morales design for this a bit. I have a reference, so I just need to actually like select it. Their outfits are a bit interesting. Huh. Alright. I'll start with like a dark gray is probably not doing it justice. I need a darker gray. There we go. Now technically this part of the shoe is the one where the sole would still be, so I'm trying to... I'll use a lighter gray for that one. Let me zoom in, because they've got those like, I don't know, metallic shoe things going on. There we go. Careful, 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 careful. Yes, lovely time. And then I'll pick 2-5. I'll carefully draw these like armor differences in. No, I shouldn't draw the highlights though, that'd be awful. Let's Control Shift that and delete the highlights, because the highlights make it look like a rounder shape and it's the foot, so I don't really want to do that. Careful, careful, wonderful. And just once more. Careful. Ah, good. Now over here is where our next one would be, and this is where we could actually put a little bit of the highlights on, I think. Hello! It's lovely to see you. I'm drawing an Artfight attack for 2 different people, which will be in the style of Witchet Atelier. So one of them's a brim cap, and the other one I'll make a Knight of Morales, because they've got those wing motifs. So I figured it might as well. How are you, if you're so inclined? Should I add one more circle to it? I don't think so, no. I hope the day has been treating you well. The weather here has been quite nice. Was that okay? I've added a few lines to my like the metal part of the Knights of Morales shoe. Can you call them shoes, or they're just toes? It's a good question to me, I think, because I don't think they're shoes. This is one distressing that I gave it credit for. I don't know what to do with this knowledge. Are they still shoes, or they don't have like a full? I don't know. They're worse than even flip-flops, because flip-flops will at least have the sole of the shoe on there, and I don't think these do. I'm doing fine, been procrastinating, and also have been thinking that I might be an OSDD 1A system. Ooh, well, on the like last part of it, because I don't know the qualification, not qualifications, good lord, the no, not designations. What's the word for different types of things? I don't know. But yeah, doing fine is very good, and I'm here for you on that one. Procrastinating is also relatable and understandable, but I'm like happy and proud that you're discovering something about yourself with it. I know a bit about OSDD, but not too much about the classifications after that, I think. So feel free to, I suppose, chat about what the different qualifications mean, by the way, because I'm not familiar about 1A. Does that mean there's like a 1B, or do they go by 2s after that? Is it like a law clause? You know, where it'll be like describing a rule, and it'll be like subparts of that rule and whether or not they apply? So I suppose that's how you would classify a spectrum, right? Hmm. I hope it's a good kind, though. I know some systems are, I suppose, rather friendly within themselves, and sometimes perhaps less so. But then again, it's really situational, isn't it? And dependent on who is perceiving that. Okay, I have shoes. I have shoes. I wonder if I should change the color for the sole of the shoe to be different. I really don't want to use the different types of dark gray, though. It's just a mess if I do. I'll try to maybe be more careful with the ways that I draw it in. There we go. Is that it? No. Ah, I have made a very messy sketch of the original, and I want to do it justice with my art as I do coloring it in. I'm bad at explaining, so let me get the definition. You got it. As far as I'm aware, the DD at the end of it stands for dissociative disorder, but I'm not sure what the other ones are. I think OS. Uh, I know what it is. I'm 99% sure because it's been like a hot second since I was last doing research on that sort of thing. And by hot second, I mean like a hot second. That being said, since when has my memory been reliable? Nonetheless, with it. Oh, the light is working! Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, good things coming. Good things. It looks a little bit odd, but that's fine. That is more than fine. Okay, let me zoom in over here a little bit. Uh-huh. Mm-mm-mm. There we go. Right, we have like successfully outlined the, I guess, heel, and now I'm putting in more effort into the rest of the lower part of the leg. I don't think calf is quite the word for it. I think I need to learn my bones again. So the definition of OSDD is other specified dissociative disorder 1A. OSDD 1A is a mental health condition for individuals with DID-like symptoms but who do not meet the full diagnostic criteria for DID. Ooh, oh, that's interesting. Huh. Mm-hmm. That's cool. It makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's very useful to have these kinds of things with their like definition and knowledge of, because then once you know, like, I don't know, I suppose what everything means or actually is, because a lot of the time you're experiencing things and you're not really sure like what you're experiencing. I remember like some people struggle. How do I? How would I explain this? Unless you have the words for exactly what is going on, you will attribute the next closest thing to it, and when you realize that the next closest thing to it is not the definition of that next closest thing, you will think that the way that you're experiencing the world is uh, weirdly broken, and that can be a lot of isolation. And in that isolation can be a lack of help because you don't even know what to do with it, right? And a lot of confusions and other things like that. So it's very good to put words on these things, even if it comes to not fully meeting a criteria for something else. It's good to still identify the symptoms in this sort of manner. At least I think so. And then you can start using techniques that could help in similar ways to it, or otherwise identifying what it is that you're experiencing. So that is very good. I'm glad that you're still having like a okay time with it, though. I think someone with 5 years of research told me I had some signs, and more evidence has been piling up on that shit. Dear. I've definitely been in your shoes though. Not with this like specifically, but because like back back in the day, I like before I got diagnosed with autism, there was one time where I went to there's this thing called the mental health nurse, which is free. Um, and she was lucky where she had, because I had, hold on, she had a son with autism, and I came to her and I'm like, I don't know what's up. She's like, you know what? It sounds like you have autism. And then I like started realizing more and more of it, and it's really weird because when you first like realize you have autism, if you've done so later in life, there's a lot of internalized stigma with it. Um, and so that's like the sort of part that made it quite upsetting going through that like realization of a lot of things. But in the long run, it was really good for me, I think. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, said the Quixel Alter. That was hilarious. That is so funny to me. Hey, at least your head is not boring, and I think that's quite wondrous. You know, because like you'll never be bored, at least for this time. I think at least. Let me know if I'm wrong, and apparently it can be really boring, and even with these kinds of situations. God, it will be a roller coaster ride for a hot second, won't it? Okay, how do I? The Knights of Morales have like different lengths of skirts. Honestly, that's fair. Oh, thank God. Yeah. How do I do Knights of Morales skirts? How? Because they have different lengths, and like some of them are like really short, and some of them are like really long. And the character in question has like a, I don't know, they have a skirt in their like original blue design, but it's, I don't know, it's, I don't know if it constitutes as a skirt to be honest. I, huh. I'll just try to do it in the shape of that one, I think, and I'll do it in a separate layer. Alright, so that one had a little, I guess, tail thing, so I'm adding that in. I'll probably end it all drawn a bit darker later. And it also had two more tails. Let me. Uh, um. Hmm. This way, perhaps? Yes. Yes, that can work. Probably. Should I add a second over here? I don't think that's a bad idea. I'll try polishing it out and making sure it doesn't just disappear into the background. Control that. Oh my god, it worked. That's beautiful. I'm going through like a thing with drawing on stream where I can't use Control Z ish erasers. I'm only using eraser color here because it does not work with that. Anything with opacity, uh, any line art, because whenever I draw a line, it'll either add drag to it or it'll add a line in between connecting it, or it'll also draw later as well. So I'm basically drawing blind. And so for that reason, I'm very happy whenever I can actually accomplish something well. I can do a little bit more. What have you been procrastinating recently? Because was it Artfight or so? I know I had done a little bit with Artfight. I honestly think I just need a bit more of a schedule, a little, to be honest. Okay, let's add a little bit. Yes, actually, I will add a little color to it. And yeah, actually, that color can be red. Yes, color in. Successfully do color. Why is it? Oh, it's because I did it on top for some reason. Why did I do that? Go underneath. Yes. And I can keep coloring it in. Yep, Artfight. Mm. Mm-hmm. Me too, a little bit. I had like a lot of other projects I've been picking up instead. Some of which include animation. A lot of them include animation actually, which is odd because it's not what I'd like to say it's not what I normally do, but at the end of the day, it is what I normally do. I don't know why. I don't. I think I like a challenge, honestly. That's the main part of it. Mm. I've been meaning to do this one for like a couple, like this attack specifically, and I'm so glad I finally got to it. It's definitely good to get things out of the way when I can. Oh, actually, that and I have like this phone game that has been absorbing my life slowly, which is quite silly because it's a casual game, and I think that's actually part of why it's absorbing my life so much, because that means I don't feel pressured to play it. So whenever I feel like I don't quite want to do something, I'm like, oh, let's play the game. I can pick it up anytime. I can drop it anytime, surely. And then I think I get stuck with it actually, because if you think you can stop something anytime, it kind of that freedom of choice. I don't know. It's not quite limiting per se, but it's. Hmm, I guess. Hmm, it kind of tricks you. I think. You know, and then you're like, oh, I can do it anytime, and then you don't actually do it. Oh yeah, have you heard the Artfight is gonna end on August 2nd? Oh, I haven't. Have they moved it for some reason? That's quite good for us though, because you and I get to spend more time on it, which is good for doing so between procrastination. But was there a particular reason? Do you know? Alright. The Knights of Morales uniform is. It's not whack, okay? But I have a very complicated silhouette over here. So. I don't know. Okay. They have these cloaks. I'm not quite certain what to do with these. Why are they like this? Actually, I can add like a red cap. I think that's what I'm gonna do instead of working on any of the cloaks. And then I need to make it redder and less orange. There we go. Ah, but we want to make it blue. But Knights of Morales are red though. Yeah, since the first day, no one was able to attack people due to the whole website being down. They're moving it to the second. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Nice. Mm-mm-mm. It's a good way to like kind of solve the problem and put the stress off people participating, you know? Because I'm sure it was very stressful for a few people. Mm-mm-mm. But then again, perhaps not for everybody, because you can just, before the fight starts, download the reference, suppose, or otherwise keep it open so that it going down doesn't actually matter to your contributions. But I know it can be really unfortunate when something like that is sprung up on you out of nowhere. So, mm, yes, light gray is the color we want, and we want to. What does the Knights of Morales like has look like? Knight of Morales hat. Images. Okay, I guess. Maybe. Where's that manga panel? Where's the beautiful, bodacious manga panel? Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. The art style of Witch Atelier is forever amazing. Okay, we need to, like, that's not bad. And then once more to, like, I guess over here. Yeah, because I want them to look at the viewer afterwards. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, now I can carefully color in the feathers. If it will actually follow my instruction. And it did. Lovely, okay. Keep coloring them in. There we go. Knights of Morales has this like cone. The head is red, I guess. I wonder if I can change the colors later, because that worries me. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it red or if I'm gonna change it to blue. You know? Okay, and there's also this triangle thing going on, where the wings are connected to the front. Mhm. I'll try to control that the latest. Yes, okay, that's good. And then with the light, darker gray, I'll color it in so that I can, with white gray, add engravings, I suppose. The Knights of Morales, like the police in Witch Atelier, I really like their name, Knights of Morales, because it kind of comes from morals, you know? Which is what they're, I guess, trying to keep up, at least in theory, in terms of their image, you know? And for a thing based in like the Bronze Age, I think it's quite kind of neat. How do I? Okay, and then once more. Yes, my dear application software, I did want to go over it a bajillion times and lose all of my clarity. It's precisely what I have always desired. How did you know? Okay, let's try again. There we go. Ish. It still went over it again, but honestly, I think it's a little bit clearer looking now, and that I can appreciate. I'll live with it. I will live with it. Okay, now there's a little bit of that like shading you can do on the wings for these, which I think is cool. But like, yeah, and then once more a little bit over here. Yeah, I think that's enough. Maybe. Maybe I'll add a few more like layers underneath. Hmm. I don't know. It's a bit hard to like differentiate these. I guess I'll control that and then I'll move on to the hair. The hair is also underneath, so that should be quite easy, hopefully. I'll maybe even use some of that purple I really love on the hair because it's like a blue gradient. Weirdly enough, it's a blue gradient left to right and not top to bottom. Which I don't know what to do with very much. There's only one reference image on that, like on Artfight for them. And so I don't know if that's a stylistic choice or if their hair genuinely is different colors and different sides. I guess it wouldn't hurt to go with the genuine option, I think. It is very fluffy, which I think is very, very cool. Okay, if we do this, I'll move back to like number 5, because this is too thick for the curls we're trying to do. And then, I guess, there's this like one thing in front of their face. This, yeah, that should. I'll try to clean it up after I'm done coloring it in. Actually, I don't know if we'll even have the opportunity to make the hair bicolored. You know, because we have a side profile. Okay, we have whatever it is we have with that hair. Actually, I'm gonna delete a little bit more of it because it looks awkward otherwise. I don't like that. Okay, good. It goes to about like their midsection, so I guess over here. So if we go over it, I think that last curve was a bit too large. We can make it into 2 smaller ones, similar over here, and then I'll be able to delete it, like a little bit of the aspects afterwards. Oh, that's not good. I did not want it to draw a line across my entire canvas. What shall we do? What shall we do? Such a weird problem to be having. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I've drawn a selection. Hopefully I can just delete it. I can delete. Wonderful. I wonder, have you guys seen any like shows recently or have any coming out? Because I know one of my like favorite shows of all time is getting a season 2, like as we speak, which is crazy because it's been 9 years since season 1. Like it was getting to the point where like anytime anybody new joined, they were like, "Oh, season 2 is coming," and we'd all have to look at them in pity because there was no way. There was no way, and then suddenly, just some Thursday, I don't know, a random day, episode 1 of season 2 comes out, which is insane. I didn't think I was going to live to see the day, honestly. You know, there's so many like good things coming out recently. Actually, I think what's it called? The Madoka Magical movie is scheduled to come out this year. I don't know if it has or hasn't yet. Because I usually like see the things when they're announced and I don't actually see when they come out. Which is a bit of a problem. Ooh, we can add... Actually, this thing doesn't have ears. I was gonna say we can add curls in front of the ears, but there's no ears. Only curl, no ears. Okay, let's connect these. There we go. There we go. They got those like, in one way they're finite curls, but in the other way it's kind of wavy hair, and it's not drills. So, I think it's like if you had a particularly curly mullet, perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. A mullet's just so hard to draw for me, honestly. Like on one hand, you can't avoid them when you're looking at art, but on the other hand, it's still very difficult for some reason. Hmm. Where? Where does the hair go? Maybe I'll add a little bit over here to make it more of a curl. Yeah, I can live with that. Mhm. The line in between is not ideal, but we can draw in between it. Haha. Yes. And then I guess just like a few more curls as well. We're not going to color them entirely, maybe. Yeah, I can live with this. We should also add a second version that's like more with the, I guess, movement of the hair. There we go. Very wonderful. Like, I know Witch Head Atelier itself got an anime this year as well. It's just ended its first season, I think, and the second one is announced. So it's such exciting times, because Witch Head was also one of those things that I didn't think was even going to get one, or at least not a good one. And I still kind of stand by that, to be honest, because I prefer the manga any day. It's got better art, and like some more aspects of it that the anime kind of misses, I think. But like it's crazy that it actually did come out. You know, the first trailer for it was just like paper mache animations of the manga, which they did keep in like some of the transitions that they do, and I think it kind of looks nice. But like for that reason, I thought they were kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say entirely joking because clearly the mangaka did sign it off with that studio, but also I wasn't entirely sure they were going to do anything good with it at all. But it seems to have like garnered a very good fandom, so that's kind of cool. And carefully draw underneath. There we go. Mm. So many things are coming out this year, which is crazy. And one more, trying to define this curl thing. I know it looks kind of, I wouldn't say vague per se, but like unpolished a little bit at the moment. But we can absolutely fix that soon. I'll even try to do so now with maybe a bit more. No, light wouldn't. If I try and move it to blue, there we go. Okay, a little bit over here. Mhm. There we go. That's much nicer. Mhm. I wonder if I should color in the rest of that like back color, that light blue. I think I should. I'll try to lock the layer and actually do that. Careful, 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 careful. Yes. Not the best idea I've had, in all honesty. Apologies for the brief silence. You see, I have been shrimping, and unfortunately that has grown painful. So adjustments had to be made. No, bad, okay. Let's try again. This time a bit more carefully. Yeah, I'm not actually against the way that's currently shaded. Let's try adding just a little bit of that, like, polish, maybe. I'm trying to make the hair shinier, you know? Because that can also, like, look nice, I think. It's fine, probably. Can I do that? No, it looks odd. I'll try control Z through. Maybe I could. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. Alright. I wonder if ironing it out does anything? No, that does look bad. Okay. I'm gonna do the ironing out, and then actually, there is that little bit. There we go. Lovely. Not too bad. Not too bad. Now I will have to actually move on to drawing the rest of the Knights of Morales uniform, aren't I? Maybe? I'll actually add an eyebrow first, because apparently that's cool and useful. I don't know if that'll even show up as an eyebrow at the end. Maybe. Perhaps I'll try using a new layer and then very carefully making an eye. There we go. Yeah, I can live with that. Let me quickly zoom into the reference image to see if there's like... I don't think I can even zoom in any further. I can't tell if they've got like... I think the pupils are round. Okay. Which makes sense because bird pupils are also round. But you know. Alright, very good. And if we go to layer underneath, what do we have here? Everything. Okay. Okay. Let's add a new one underneath all of that, on which we can put our clothes. I'll start off with like a rather big brush, but it'll be in gray. Oh, okay. I forgot about the fact we're drawing on the like background layer thing. I feel. See, if I turn off the background color, it's going to merge with the like new collarbone, and if I turn it on, it's going to merge with the hair. So I will simply lock the layer and make it white, I think, so they can avoid clearly both of those as being problems I have to deal with in the present. Now I will very carefully examine the uniforms of Knights of Morales. Conclude it is whack. Very whack. Actually, no, I can do something with it. You can like leave it wide open, which I think with the kind of character this is would be within their style. And I'll carefully pick number 5 and then there we go. It does say that they're not one for close combat, this character for Knight of Morales, which is why I initially had them in that Archer figure on the left that the Brimcap took up. But I will make the argument that technically the Knights of Morales are also not necessarily close combat, so they have this like technically it's mid-range, I guess. But you know, it's magic, you can do whatever. Oh my god, wait, I can shade the leg. I had this thought, I had an idea, I had an epiphany. If it'll just let me switch to that layer, I will be able to fix it. What joy and glory it will be, won't it? Now, if I lock it, I can probably draw an ankle. Wondrous times. Yes, and very carefully draw it, color it in, because that way you can see that it's like the foot perspective, I guess, of that shoe legging thing. I thought I'm gonna start trying to understand what it is. I'm not adding any more detail. I say trying to convince myself not to, more than actually believing the words. Yeah, I'm gonna control that and then do that once more. Wonderful. Okay. So new layer where yes, the colors. Now the colored shirts are a bit. I'm gonna have it poking out a little bit because I think it's would overstep its boundaries like that. And then they also have those, I don't know, like round clasp things going on. And then the rest of it is technically you can also have like a red cape with a regalia, but I think that's because you have to be like very high up in the ranks for that, which I don't think would be the case here. Maybe. Hold on. Let me search up more nice like Morella's pages. Okay, it is just their official regalia. You don't need to be high up in their extra. Okay, good, excellent. Red, red color, red color, red color. I don't actually want to like touch the, I don't know what it's called, the color. So I'm gonna make another layer, put underneath. When in doubt, make more layers. Well, actually, I'm gonna attach a little bit of this top one first. There we go, because they have those like, I don't know, rhombus-shaped semi-jeans for it. Like parts of them on their more official regalia parts of it. And for that last bit of it, I would go over it on the top layer, I think. And see if I can just draw it over. I mean, I'm not against it, but I don't know if that's working out. Maybe. I'll simply color in the layer, because in Clip Studio you can change the color of the layers themselves. And so I'll change it to yellow, which signifies to me that it's something I might want to turn off later. Now back to the red we wanted to utilize. How do I want to make sure that the flowiness of that fabric can be used in like its best way, you know? Maybe if I like made it loop a little bit like so. Yeah, that could work. Oh my god, I need to search up the author of this manga has drawn Doctor Strange before, and the folds on that artwork was so immaculate, and I want to use it as reference because it kept it geometric while also keeping it so incredibly flowy. Okay. Let me search up who's the author of which had a tell here. And then I can search up their artwork of Doctor Strange. I think it's Shirahama, but I'm not sure what their first name is. I think Kamome Shirahama. And then we can search that up with Doctor Strange. Because the author of that manga has previously drawn for DC Comics. Or is... I don't think that's DC actually. Is that Marvel? Yes, Marvel Comics. There we go. They've drawn for comics before, overseas. So, that's the main point. Okay, strong on the arm, honestly. It's a bit hard to figure out what to do with this knowledge of what I have just uncovered. Control D, which is how they do folds. It's a bit chaotic on that one, I think, which is a bit at odds with the ways they like to do straight lines. But maybe we can draw something out about it. I'll try to nullify some of the straight lines that's drawing across my artwork. Probably not too successfully, but we're at the stage where we don't yet need it to be. I think... Is that it? No. Control that. I'm just going to dye the entire thing, and then we'll see how it goes. Like so. Yes. And I can just add shadow and light as I see fit throughout it, you know? I'll leave some space for the side profile. There we go. Wonderful. I think the head itself might be a bit at odds. I might actually pick a darker red color as a base already. Now we are using, yes, warmer tones are our shadow because we're using cooler tones as our light. There we go. So I can move it a little bit. I picked a large brushed color in. Hopefully it sticks. Actually, that's not quite the color I want to go for. Let's add a little bit over here. Is this a better color? Ah, yes, wonderful. Okay. And I just need to make sure I color all of it this way so that the hat will not become a problem at any given point when it comes to coloring it in and having clarity. Wonderful. Now with that, number 20, and an attempt to continue coloring them. So far going so good. Just like so. I can't wait to add like visual effects to it, but I honestly don't know what those visual effects would be. Oh, I forgot to count for the drag. That's not quite amazing, but it's fine. Shirahama does such good artwork, especially with clothes. You know, mangaka after my own heart with it. The way that, like, they draw folds. It's so cool. Alright, and then over here, yes. I should select size 10 when I'm coloring in, like, bits that are a bit more, I guess, vulnerable. Oh, I forgot to actually wait for it to switch. Oh well. Let's delete a little bit of it. Actually, is that deletion even necessary? Oh well, I guess it won't. Back to 20. Yes, color it in. Wonderful. Color it in over here as well. Just very carefully. Because with the bigger brushes, the drag is an actual issue. With the small ones, it doesn't really matter. But with the bigger brush, it can be there. I really like the eyeballs on a very fun. Thank you. I do think so too. I like the way that I've animated it as well for it's kind of like a PNG moving thing, right? And whenever I talk, it kind of looks like it's either reading or otherwise concentrating, and I think that makes it work quite well. And then whenever I don't talk, it's staring into your soul, I suppose. Let me zoom into it. Yes. Only downside is not PNG, the GIF expert, because it has to be a GIF to work. When it comes to things that have transparency, it didn't quite work out nicely. Because like originally it doesn't have any of the, I don't know what they're called. I wouldn't call them imperfections, but like there are little lines underneath it. They're sometimes there. Still though, adds a bit of charm. I will have to erase some of the ways they've colored in because I forgot that I need to leave some space for the face head thing. And I just went in and colored in red when it shouldn't be there. I am drawing two characters, Witch Hat Atelier style, because one of them seemed to be very inspired by Witch Hat, to me at least. And the other one was an OC of someone's. They're both for Artfight, right? But one of them is for somebody that has listed Witch Hat Atelier as something that they like enjoy, like one of their interests. So I thought it would be really, really cool. Originally, I wanted to make the Knights of Morellis one, the brim hat, but that's before I found like one with an actual brimmed cap, and I thought I might as well. Plus, the Knights of Morellis have wings, and so that way I can keep the wing motif. Hopefully, it works out. With it, what do I do now? Oh, right, I need to add shading. Yes, I can do shading. Yes, probably. I've done shading before like a bajillion times. It's just because I can't do any line art. It's less easy. Let me go into my. It's not color wheel. I want to go to the like selection of colors. Please, Clip Studio. I believe in you. You're my best friend. Maybe, probably not. But like, you know, you're loved and appreciated. You will surely follow the instruction of letting me switch a color. Won't you, Clip Studio? I'll even Control S. I'll even save my file. Yeah, that's how you butter it up. That works. All right. There's a little bit over here. Okay, number 10 is way too thick. I'm gonna go back and erase a little bit of it, and by erasing I mean draw over it. And then I can go to number 5. And with number 5, I'll be able to add more of that shading. It's going to be like... The thing is, I need to make sure to do it in an overcomplicated manner, while also making sure I don't take away from where the viewer is supposed to be watching by putting the, I guess, folds in a direction that doesn't guide them. Alright, with this, I can now... No, that wouldn't be it. I guess I could just like... And then perhaps that way I can... Yeah, that'll work. I'll just need to round out the corner. And then over here... Yep. Oh, I didn't realize that I could actually go out of bounds. I guess I forgot to lock the layer. Okay, let's lock it now. Wonderful. And then quickly erase the part where I went out of bounds and pretend it never was there. Isn't that great? Actually, I was originally going to color like that entire space in the lighter red that I have just made the shape out of. But I think I might make a second shape and that way add a little bit of like, I don't know, shininess to it, I think is the word. Because it's not quite contrast, but it's that I want to keep a line in the middle, which I think will be great. Hopefully this works out quite nicely. And then I guess I could try going like this way. Probably wouldn't hurt. There we go. There we go. Very good. I love when I get to work with color, I really do. This is sort of one of those times where I can just like have fun colors in them without limiting myself. And that can be really appreciated. Okay, something about it is not quite right, so I'm going to go in, I'll take a 10 even, and sculpt a little bit of that light out. How are we looking? Yeah, it's fine, probably. Maybe. Not really. Kind of. I'll simply like connect the line because it turns out that shiny aspect is not in there. Wonderful. And then a little bit of backlight. I like how it looks very confusing now, but nonetheless like shiny fabric at least. Yes, actually, you know what this reminds me of? I don't remember what exactly the fabric is called, but it's very, very shiny. People sometimes use it for like pajamas or something. And it kind of looks like that, and it's so cool. It's not like sparkly shiny, it's just whenever light hits it, there's much higher contrast. It's a smooth sort of thing. I think silk is the closest I can remember. Probably is silk. Well, there's a few variations actually, one of which is silk. Then there's a couple more cheaply made ones. Okay, let's add some lighting over here. Sure, it doesn't need it, but we can certainly use it. And then if we color it in, marvelous. Alright, that cape from the Nice Morales is going to look scrumptious, hopefully, when I'm done with it. Yes, and then once more. Probably. I said a little bit more. There we go. Now it kind of has that feel of silk. I wonder if like the Knights of Morales actual capes are made out of silk. On one hand, there's very heavy metal attachments to them, so probably not. But on the other hand, it would be really, really cool, like in terms of, I guess, some of their job. Because Knights of Symbolism, my bad, Knights of Morales are supposed to symbolize, well, morals in the witch world and witch community and upholding those. And so having them draped in this kind of like fabric that rips up gently, like, and sort of easily, but has this elegant and water-like reflection to it, has some, I think, could be like a good rep for them in a way. Okay, now I'm not necessarily all that happy with some of what we have, so I'm going to add more pieces going off it, maybe. Possibly. Probably. Yeah, probably. Let's make sure to outline them, maybe? No. Something isn't quite right, and I'm not sure what it is yet. Oh, I've tried to press control that, so hopefully it'll work soon. In the moment it does, maybe we can do something? Or maybe the shape is already working. Let me see underneath it how that looks. If I simply take off the reference we have been using. Please. Please become invisible so I may assess. I think it's fine, maybe? Maybe not. What if I zoom out once more? Okay, I have an idea, but it needs to be cool. Right. Select our dark color. Let's loop it around here. And then I could loop it some more, but no. Although, I mean, on one hand, that would be overextending. Yeah, I don't think it should overextend. Okay, let's Control Z and quickly color in the stuff that we have already established over here. Lovely, lovely work. I know what's wrong with it. There's too much differences between them when it should be one more concrete color, probably. Just for clarity's sake. Oh no, I forgot they can't actually just do that. Maybe if I color more of it in. Yeah, I could just always, go straight up red from them. Oh no. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Control C and then I'll Control Z until I've no longer drawn over everything and kind of messed it up. And then I'll simply make it an overlay. Control Z once more. Wonderful. Control V. And then clip it. Haha. Clipping masks. The genius of our era. That being said, I do need to actually make sure that some of it is still in that dark red, because otherwise the cap cannot be seen. And maybe I'll add one more line over here. Yeah, that looks quite nice. Right. And then over here I'll add in some of the darker. There we go. Now it looks like it's folding in on itself, which actually is pretty cool. Or at least certainly not the worst. What do we think of this action pose? I think it's working out. Alright, let's add some of that underneath stuff. Great. Hypothetically, it should be using black, because that's what the rest of the Knights of Morales clothing is. Unfortunate, but true. Let me zoom in. I can't wait to actually add in the weapon itself, because I think that's a very fun, exciting part to me. Very carefully. There we go. Maybe even like so. Wonderful. And I think their cuffs are white, but I might be wrong, so I will quickly check. What color are the cuffs of Knights of Morales? They are white. There has this odd design to them though. Let me pick number 5 for the pixel side of the brush. A second. There we go. Wonderful. That way I can color it in. They also have these well, sometimes they're gold accents on that triangle bit. Oh dear. I don't like the weather thing on what's it called? Windows, I suppose. Alright, with it we have our first arm, that's for sure. Technically there's a bit more to the Knights of Morales uniform that I really don't want to touch, because I don't want to have to understand it. I don't. It's the silver stuff that I'm confused by. I it's there. I don't know. It's very confusing to me. Actually, first let me. There we go. Now with that. Oh, actually, I also need to color in the skin of the person. Yes, that's something. That is something. Okay, I have this wonderful brown. What shade should I pick? That's quite it. I think it's a bit warmer. There we go. That should be nice. Yes. And I will go underneath everything actually for it, because I don't know. Might as well, if I've made that hole in the cape, I might as well lie in it. Or sit. Not quite sure how that saying goes actually. You made your grave and you lie in it, perhaps? I don't know. English sayings are not usually that ominous, are they? If I'm holding... Okay, so it would be mainly the sum over here. Good to know. And let's pick it any smaller thing than... I don't think even 10. 10 is probably too large. Wonderful. Actually, I think the colors are very similar to one of the Knights of Morales. I don't quite remember his name, but he did show up in the animation. Oh my god, no, it's that guy! Why am I just now connecting two and two together? He's a good guy. He's a great guy. Also, great source of pain and suffering for anybody that's read the manga. So, you know, I completely forgot about that, because I've seen some clips of him in the anime, right? And I was like, oh yeah, that seems like a normal Knight of Morales. Honestly, because the anime doesn't even do them justice half the time. Like, the way that it draws them, I don't know what it is about the interpretation of that just looks slightly unrecognizable to me. I don't know what it is, but something about... maybe it's the lack of noses actually, because I know that different characters will have different noses in the original work, right? But in the anime style, they kind of don't do that. And I don't think they know how to draw 90% of what Shirahama knows how to draw. Old people, facial hair, curly hair. I'll say curly hair again because that one's the big one. Actually, I wonder what they look like in the anime, because I don't know if they've messed up with the people of color there yet. I don't think so. I'm very glad they have a different dubs of accents for them. Actually, I find it really cool, and also it builds up in the world quite a bit more as well. I think new fans get a bit confused about why are they all speaking different accents if they're all from the same place. But there's lore a little bit, and I think that adds to it, which is really neat, you know. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to search for the anime. I think I'm going to do something good for my mental health and not do so they don't have to be worried about it. Because I'll go around. And what's the point? Okay. They do a good job, I'm sure. It's just going from the manga to it, it's quite different. And that's a case, not always. There's things like Mob Psycho, I think, is where the artwork was done a lot more justice in the anime, I suppose, in a way. But I don't think that was quite the point of that thing. So I don't know. Different mediums do different things to themselves. Okay, so we have... I'm gonna add... there we go. And then probably some shadow over here. And then some shadow to the hair, maybe. No, shadows are good, probably, right? It doesn't love their shadows. And one more shadow to the hand. No! Control that. Wait, actually, that's not bad. Wait. Oh, that kind of is, though. It also isn't. But it is. Right, okay, I'm gonna wait for the control set to work. Yes, wonderful. Now let me lock the layer so I never have to face it again. And then... am I doing that right? Yeah, because, but wait, I can be trusted to use the brain that I also have. If I'm using my right hand and I'm holding it. Okay, so that's the wrong thing. Great. I don't know. Well, you know what, they're all basically stick figures anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I really like the way they can shade the skin on this, like, because it's a nice brighter color. And normally I'd shade with like more, I don't know, purplish linen colors. But today the lighting is cool, so we get to have warm shadows. Okay, now for the actual Latin, and go to over here and make it a little bit, it's purple-ish, perhaps. How does that work? I'll say it's good. Now a little bit over here. Oh, that's cute. I don't think that gives the glare effect I wanted. I think it's usually the, but then, I know the lips are a confusion of sorts to me. I'll try to like add a little bit more to outline it maybe. I don't know. It'll live. It'll be fine. Okay, and let's color in the eye. And then maybe I'll add a little bit of the gray as well, so that the eye can just like have eye whites. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yeah, I can live with that. Probably. Let me zoom out to see if it's human looking. I think it's human looking. I think it's human looking a lot. Great. And then the other hand, we will have to use this light gray for it, for the start. If I can unlock it. Yes. Wonderful. Use light gray. Is that light gray? I think I'm accidentally using dark gray actually. Light. I have locked it. There we go. Light gray, and then the second part goes in front of like the first thing. It's the whole thing. Okay, what is this? Legs. Oh, I'll put one more layer above that one. Okay, now with that new layer, yes, wonderful. Oh no, I'm gonna have to draw hands again. See, normally I can draw hands just fine, but currently I'm a bit worried. Wonderful. Okay. Well, we'll start with the base darker color because palm probably a little bit, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but we'll live through that because I can add lighter colors later. Now for the thumbs and hands. Okay. Thumb, hand. Wonderful. I'll simply shade some of this in. And some of that other stuff I'll remain unshaded maybe. I don't know. Okay. It does need a little bit of shading, but like believe it. Wonderful, wonderful. With that, I can now add some of that lighter shade maybe. Oh, let me check if this character would like has that. Okay, we can't see the palms whatsoever. Great, wonderful, amazing. 10 out of 10. We can assume that they do, probably, to some degree. A little bit. A little bit, okay. Yep. A little bit achieved, I think. Now, carefully I'll select over here. Because like with half monster characters, I think you kind of have to be a bit careful, you know? And then they're canon original. They have like wings and other things that work for them. Oh my god, wait, I can add more wings to them, right? Oh, that'd be so cool. Actually, I need to add a little bit more shading here first because I'm worried. Wow. Control that. That is not up to standard. I guess I can live with that. Let's try to add a little bit of that like white stuff they normally have on their sleeves though. I was gonna say I can live with that, but that would be a lie. I cannot. I have to fix it. Technically they also have like claws, but like adding those in is a bit a lot. I know that hand looks like a blob. The question is whether I care. I'm leaning towards no. Oh, it's decided I don't. Great. You know what? I'm going to change slightly some of the nicer Morella stuff. Namely, the part about the metal. Because there's a metal like aspect to the Knights of Morales uniform, but I'm going to change it to like metal wings, I think. Because that would be kind of neat. There's some issues that I have had where I have forgotten to do so under the blanket. That's okay. Okay, now I'll move these to, I don't know, here, maybe? Yes. And I'll kindly lock it as I go through adding some white to it. I'll try adding some of the like characteristic wing feathers, I guess, but like because it's metal, that's the metal design. Yeah. Okay, and then if we go to where is that like white stuff? Oh, okay, over here. Cool. And then where? There we go. I can now add a little bit to it. I say messing it up. That's fine. The moment it kind of like wakes up, I can go Control Z, hopefully. Yes, wonderful. And then very carefully. It's still a bit there, but like in an okay way, I think. It's a shame I can't add more darker colors to the metal, at least not yet. I might be tempted to do so later. Maybe later is now. Let's observe. No, don't become sicker. I don't like that. Thank you. There we go. Wonderful. My taskbar on the side, I'm using the like single file layout, but you can have a double file layout. I don't like the double file layout. I like the single file. I don't think that is helping. Yeah, I'm gonna Control Z that. Maybe even twice. We'll see. We'll see how adventurous I feel. Second time? Yes, okay. Cool. Now, there's that like base body underneath, I guess. Where's the arms that I was drawing? Did I erase it somehow? Oh, it's over here. Okay, great. With that base one, I'll do this, and then I think they have black for it. For the color. Yes, they do. Okay. I'll try using light gray and hoping that works out, maybe. I don't know. It's a bit difficult because like working with only two colors and still making sure everything is clean or like easy to read. I'll try dark gray, I think, because like what's it called? The knees would be touching over here, and it would make a very messy reference. And maybe I'll add a little bit of that gold. Maybe even one over here as well. There we go. I can't say I'm against it. Again, the handle's a bit messy, but we can live with it. Now we can move on to an exciting new part called the spear thing they have. Oh, I can't wait. It's so fun. Where is... I want to have a reference with them as a spear. Knights of Morales. I want to remember what their spears look like. I like the Wise of Morals the most, which is their leader thing. They kind of look like horses. I find that neat. Anyway, not really. So, triangle. Technically speaking, I should draw please record into a line. Yes, it does. Oh, I love when that new Clip Studio feature actually works for me. Once more over here, and it's that way because perspective. Trust me, you can believe me. You can though. That is the reason. I will. Right, and then maybe I'll have them holding something in that hand that I don't like, so it'll cover it up. I don't know. So many possibilities. Maybe I will. Alright, I'll say delete it from being in front of this. That would be good. This thing is not in front of the character, it's behind them. At least it's not in front of them yet. I wonder if it's doing new racing properly. I hope it is. And then just so carefully over here as well. Just like so, I'm erasing the parts of the spear to be so it's entirely behind. There we go. The drag played around a little bit, but that's okay. Now, technically I would want them to use the Wise's, I guess, what are they called? Wait, you can! Oh, but that would be mean, wouldn't it? I could have them holding that memory erasing spell, but I think that would be kind of mean. Because I don't know. They can hold some other spell. It won't be the memory erasing one. Which one? I don't know yet. New layer, I'll label this one red, and then I'll draw a circle. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it great? There should be some kind of spell for I don't actually know which had spell system well enough. I really should, but I haven't quite gotten to learning it, unfortunately. Imagine just put the cancer spell on there. There's some very creative things people have been doing. Some of them derogatory. When it comes to the creative use of the witch hits Atelier system. Spell. Wait, actually there. No, I wouldn't do that. That would be mean, wouldn't it? Ooh, the arrow one for the wind would be cool. I think I'll use that one. Okay. Let me zoom in. It's like a wind tunnel. We can work with wind tunnel, can we? Any second now. Please let me zoom in. Please. I'll even control S. I'll even save. You would let me zoom in, wouldn't you, Clip Studio? You would be so kind. Yes, it does. See, best software out there. Photoshop would probably crash and then corrupt itself and then call me a name. Okay, was it where is it? God, I need to use a smaller brush. Okay, so first of all, S was the little play thingies. Good enough for me. Probably not good enough for Knights of Morelos, but hey, I didn't go to Magic College. Technically, they didn't either. I like the Atelier system. Atelier? Atelier system. Oh, it undid the entire thing. Okay, I have to zoom in further because this thing is way too tiny. Okay, first I'll try with the arrows. It's a little bit unfortunate because this is where we hit that like normal issue with centrifugal force that you do whenever you try to do anything in a circle. And by which I don't mean just drawing in a circle. I mean if we're trying to make a like hurricane or something, and you're trying to do so with centrifugal force, good luck. You can, but like it's hard to balance. And then triangle over here. I hate that it draws lines in between things I don't want to draw lines in. Okay, let's try one more. Okay. And then one more goes to, I guess, the cross. No, it goes to, huh. Okay, let's try it that way. Okay, and then once more for the triangle. Yes, that can be fine. Yes. And then S, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. It's fine, probably, except it isn't, but I'll probably live with it. I'm going to pretend I'll live with it. You know, I fake it till you make it. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's really badly drawn. It annoys me. But you know, it's a small part of the drawing. Actually, it's a very small part of the drawing. Now I'm a bit worried. Oh well. There's one thing about this that I'm also worried about, and it's the red gaps in hair. And so I'll delete those simply by adding a layer mask. And then erasing it so that if I needed them to be there, I can put them back in. But if I don't, I can undo them. A little bit more over here, a little bit more over there. A little bit more over here. Only one goes for us to reduce my brush size and do it for some of the other parts of it. Like over here. Not too bad, I say. Okay, there's certain aspects of it that I don't like doing. Like right now, drawing random lines across my entire canvas of eraser, which is not cool of it. Not cool at all. And we fix it. Wonderful. Okay. With it fixed, we are now seconds away from finishing the drawing, I guess. Which is quite a big step, isn't it? Actually, I'm going to put it on top. I wanted to put it underneath everything, but I've recognized that's not a good place to be. Light, and then I don't want to do it by hand. I might have to, but it's not a good place to be at by hand when we're going through these issues. Let's hope that works. Oh, it's not too... That's fine. We can... Currently I'm drawing their like banner that they use. Delete. Control D. Alright. With that, I could probably do a little bit more. Something like that. You know, circle it around because it's a little bit uneven at the moment. Very cool. Does anyone here like read Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint? It's a technically they have a manga nowadays as well, but originally it was a web novel. It's very, very cool. Everyone should probably read it. It's really good for the characters, honestly. Like that's the main reason you read it, I think. The characters are so good. I can't even like start describing it. A, because it's 99% spoilers, but like B, because honestly there's no better words for it. It was originally written in Korean, and it has that very much web novel style of writing as well. So that is something to be prepared for if you're used to just normal, like straight up published novels, because web novels are published very, very differently, and that influences some of the writing style. Although honestly, the way a Missing Reader's Viewpoint is written, you wouldn't be able to tell that specifically, because it's written to be reread, and so anytime there's like a saying, it'll be explained and solved later, obviously, in like a cool way, and it's so cool to see them all like come back hundreds of chapters later. Each chapter is like 1,000, 2,000 words, so it's not that much. Although there's like 300 chapters, so there's that. Or is it 500? I guess it depends if you're counting the side stories or not. I think it's more like 500. I was on chapter 200 something, that's for sure. So it should be 500, yeah. Maybe? I don't know, there's certainly some ones I know where I'm not yet, and I really want to keep reading it for that reason. But I keep kind of forgetting, to be honest. That, and also reading it kind of gives me mental damage, to be honest. Psychic damage, Not because the book is written badly, but because it's too good for you. Honestly, because I have like a visual mind, right? I try to imagine what it's going on about, and the book is it's a love letter to literature, right? As we all know naturally, but like the main difficulty that I have with that is that I'm trying to picture literally concepts that were not ever supposed to be pictured. I think people who just like read the manga have a much easier time with that, but like for the rest of us that are reading the original, which I think honestly the original has a lot of merits for reading it, you know, but like yeah, it can be a little bit difficult. Where's that heel end? I'm gonna make it a little bit translucent so I could see what I'm erasing, and zoom in and have a wonderful time. Oh, it's so cool. Actually, once I went to a convention and I was so happy because I could find Listen Reader's Viewpoint merch there, and clearly the person selling merch was also so happy because somebody uh, has also read Listen Reader's Viewpoint because I want the merch, and so they dumped a whole bunch of stickers on me over there, which I'm saying is a really good thing because it's so cool and also I'm so happy. Ah, it's so cool, and it's like such a solidarity between, I guess, the reader and producer for that reason. Honestly, me too. If I had any like merch that the only I don't really do fan art very often, so this is Artfight is one of the few times I actually can, and that's really cool, very good for me. But like, because I have to force myself, I guess, this way, and also it's kind of interesting to pick things. I suppose I don't. There's not much I can add to the source material when I'm doing art. I think, in a way. Because like I just enjoy the source material so much, I can't imagine doing anything better to it, which demotivates me from drawing it or finishing anything. But I do have one piece of fan art, and that is for Horror Game Developer, which is another web novel. It's really good, although it's really good as far as like chapter 300 goes. It's still ongoing, but I haven't read much further than that. So yeah, that being said, I do wish that they have put more emphasis on being like a game artist as well there, because mostly it's like from the perspective of the game programmer, and then he hires more game programmers, and it's like, okay, do you need 4 game programmers on there with 0 artists? 0! You're breaking my heart. Please stop using Sketchfab. 0! You have 4 of them, and they each get paid like 100k. Hire an artist, I'm begging you, Like, on one hand, it's really accurate, and on the other hand, it breaks my heart the way it forgets game artists. Like, they just don't exist. They remember to, like, add original music before they remembered about any game artists. And that breaks me a little bit. Actually, it's good to see, like, music given spotlight, because it's another one of those more forgotten aspects of game development that a lot of people still do, and is very passionate about it. I always see like a few musicians that game dev made up and such things, which is very neat. But it's not like a profession people think of when they think about game development for some reason. Similar to game artists, I don't know why everybody just assumes that programmers are the only ones doing games. I don't. But like artists are also very important, you know? And they can do a lot for you. Now I'll lock this and then I'll add a darker gray. And I can edit its shading probably. If there's any point in that. Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. Zoom out any second now. After I zoom out, I'm going to take off the liner underneath and we can start adding like any effects to it as well. Oh, I can't actually put it in multiply because I did the stupid thing of just coloring it in. Okay. The sky is obviously where we headed at, you know? Yes, I could try doing it that way. The sky is like... we can't use any like shading with, I don't know, airbrushes, which is a bit of a problem, but not too much. So, and then we also need to add the ground below at some point. The ground below shall be what color? Hypothetically green, right? Green, right? Should probably be green. Let's try some more. Over here. Become green. Yeah, I can do that. And then probably adding a little bit more of the shading over there. Our shading needs to be more warm toned, so let's move you along. There we go. And then color it in. I shouldn't have moved it over there though. Alright, I'll work with that probably. Actually, there is this idea I have. Let's see how that kind of looks on my preview. I'd say it's fine. Okay, cool. I'll go back to our base color and I'll add another version of it to go around the like perimeter of this thing. Yes, and then with that I can start going for, I guess, the clouds. I guess that's what we're doing. I don't know, it's out there. I think I might be going for the clouds. Okay. If only it'll actually let me select something. Nope. There we go. Hopefully I can color it in. How's that? Not too bad, I think. I will have to add a few more like lighting strokes, I think. I'll go underneath and add another layer, because that way I can be certain. Collate it, make it lighter but not too light, or should I go with the multiply instead? I might try going with the multiply. No? Okay, let me lock it and then add the darker version of the color. I'll try and pick the biggest brush and hope it survives. Why is it not multiplying? I'll add another one underneath it, because maybe it's just not recognizing the like... Yeah, there we go. Much nicer. Okay, I'll kind of take that, I think. Maybe? There's also glow dodge. Yes, just make it white. Just make it entirely white. Why not? Actually, why not? Okay, and then... Let's just pick entirely white and put it on the normal layer. There we go. Oh, and last but not least, adding some more of the effects. I might be able to even hold down shift for this. Shift, because this is like a I guess wind spell. Any second now we'll do our next and possibly last one. Any second. No? Okay. I guess I'll deal with that way, probably. And that kind of creates an interesting dynamic of like straight lines in comparison. Okay. Now the base, like, I don't want to call it the base light, but the light we're using is the cool light. So with that, if I color in this lighting with like a bright blue, it should work. I want to put it on overlay afterwards, although I'm not sure if that's the best idea in hindsight. Maybe. You know what I never wondered? The Night Umbrellas can fly, but they don't have like drawings on the soles of their shoes. Or at least you can't tell because their shoes are black. Ooh, is that like a thing you can do? As you know, in the Witcher Atelier universe, where you'll draw something like on something black, and because of that, it will look hidden even though it's not. Maybe a little bit more. Yes, and then I'll choose a mask and I'll kind of draw it. Oh god, we're going to have a very tough time here. I'll try to save before like anything else. I'm certain it won't crash, but it might act a little bit, you know, let's say befuddled. I'm happy with that particular interpretation. Let's try once more. Perhaps. Not the worst. I have a certain idea. Okay, let's very gently erase it. Yes. Although I think it might have been a bit too much. Okay, let's draw it back on. Great. And then draw that and that back on. Maybe I'll live. Maybe it'll be fine. Fine, even. And I have one more idea, but I don't know, maybe not. I'll make the entire thing. I don't want to make it more. I don't know. It's hard to choose. Let's try a dark blue, like a darker blue. Oh, hope it works. I'll put it on multiply layer because I cannot handle that color difference. No, okay, you know what? No. Delete. There is one thing though that we can do. Actually, a couple things we can do. No, only one of them, because the other one involves me doing line art, and I can't do that. Which being, I wanted to draw like a panel that they could be popping out of, like in the style of Witcher Atelier, but I can't do that with my current limitations. So, unless actually, there is one more thing I want to try. Become very small and then glow yourself. Let me lock it so that the color can become cyan and not like a dark blue. Oh, I actually like the dark blue a little bit. It's fine. I don't. It's okay. Alright. Layer, new correction layer. Gradient map. delightful things happen with gradient maps. Some of which we will discover soon. Okay, orange is not it. This is also not it. That does the extra unless. And then, I don't know, overlay maybe? Overlay always works. And put it down. I think that's too much. I might even do something interesting and erase a little bit of the corners. Maybe? I guess it'll do. Oh, gotta do it. It's not too bad. Probably. Yes. Probably. It's fine. I need to stop doubting myself. Probably. Okay. Here, I'll add like a tiny little sun. Actually, there needs to be like a thing over here at the top anyway, so. Huzzah. No, that's job well done. Okay. We're done. Huzzah. Control S. Very good. Very good. Wonder how long it's been. Maybe 3 hours? Let me check. Alright. After it's done saving, we will continue drawing after a swift little break. Very beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Now we'll go on break. Everyone will grab tea and or other amenities they need to sustain themselves, including such as myself. And then we'll come back and we will draw a tiefling for the next one, which actually has a very beautiful color palette. Oh, I can't wait to get into it. I do need to find out what pose I'm going to use. But like, besides that, it's going to be so exciting. But first, little break. Shouldn't be longer than 10 minutes. 15, 15. Ooh, good 15. Alright. Was that break time? Alright everyone, we're back. Maybe. So for the next one, I'll read out the description. They have their profile rendered like really cool. Just everything about the character is so awesome. Genuinely, I'm so excited to draw them. So we will read it together. The character is Kyra Fate. She, her, 14, Tiefling, Grave Cleric, and Lawful Neutral. Oh, that's an interesting alignment. You don't see it very often. That being said, that's because I play with very chaotic people when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons. You know what's actually just like a short little story about it? I'll write next OC in the name and then I'll tell you the story because I think it's quite funny. This is for Fixer. And then okay. And the OC is will be Kyra Fate. I didn't draw over it, by the way. It's just what my yeah, my buggy software is doing at the moment. It's only buggy because I'm streaming, though. It's normally well behaved, and you should absolutely trust it because it's lovely. But like until then, yeah. Anyway, so the story for it, right? I had this like character that was supposed to be like a very chaotic one. They were an illusion wizard entirely with illusion spells. Like a Tari Fairy one. It's actually one of the OCs you can attack on my Artfight, right? And some of the spells were like, there's this one that I absolutely love because it's just like gambling every time, which is, and especially the first time I used it was absolutely beautiful. I don't think it's Tasha's. I forgot the exact name of it, but if you know this one, you know, let me know. It's where you to like hit an opponent, you roll on the table, and it's got like a 4 points, so you roll a d4, four-sided dice, and it'll have a random status effect around, so they can be either charmed or it can smell like brownies or like some other weird thing going on. They were entirely non-offensive spells, by the way. I just want to know any like damage I do is is like a sideline to it, right? Anyway, so like they were supposed to be this very much kind of character from mechanics down to everything, right? And then I get into the newest D&D party with them, and everybody in there was already chaotic. And so what ended up happening was they were this realm's first licensed therapist. Because the rest of the party was so off the rockers. Like you cannot be wild and chaotic when you're like playing with a load of goop with self-esteem issues, literally. So he'd like cook breakfast for everybody, and then you know, otherwise provide support in the mental capacity. We ended up switching out some of his spells. One of them is Shadowblade as a gold like art I have of them with it, which I think is so cool. I wonder actually if I can find it, I'll show you guys what the Shadowblade one looked like. Because I'm still so proud of it, because I drew it as a literal shadow, and I thought that was so cool. So I want to show it. I think it should be on my Artfight. Well, very needed. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, every D&D party needs their therapist on it. Anyway, here's the like artwork I did of Shadowblade. Look at that. It's a literal shadow over their hand. Isn't it so cool? And like everything. It's a literal Shadowblade. I'm still very proud of that one. I thought it was clever and cool. It's so cool. So happy for it. But yeah, the chaotic character ended up becoming the first licensed therapist of the realm, compiling the DSM-1, I guess. What's the latest one, actually? Is it still the DSM-5, or is it the DSM-6, maybe? I think they were doing like a 5.5 thing, actually. I don't know. That's the like diagnostic book that therapists use loosely. Mm. Ooh. Mm-hmm. So for the character. Mm. Okay, so reading the character that we are currently having, and I'll proceed, is so young girl who worships goddess dubbed the Mother Lantern, which is just so cool because they got like a lot of moss and butterfly motifs. Isn't it so awesome? The Mother Lantern. Kyra is part of a group of clerics whose job it is to deliver healing and blessing to the people. One moment. So, to the people. She's kind and empathetic, but far too naive for her own good. She is 14. I know it's the medieval times, but yes. I do like that it's like a flaw, though. But yeah. Um, after after someone dear to her goes missing, she sets off on a journey to find him after having a prophetic dream, but gets tangled up with three strangers. One glass reaches council. Once. Hmm, but gets tangled up with three strangers once class reaches council sets their eyes on them, as though she presents herself as holy, swearing on purity as if she's trying to atone for something. There are moments where she falters, failing to suppress her bubbly, rowdy nature. Her past is something she wishes to forget, something she'll take to the grave. It is a great pun for a grave cleric, in my opinion. This is a very neat way of like having a party meet in a way. I think it's the second like biggest one to you meet in a tavern is you meet because of a common enemy. Maybe they'll kidnap you all together and you wake up in prison. Something like that is like a classic D&D thing, I guess. Hmm. Not me though. A bit. So she's 5'2" with a slightly stocky build. Okay, that's good to know, although I'll only be using her face for this one actually. Tips of her tail and horns are sparkly. Oh my god, that's amazing! Sorry. That's like the dream 14-year-old build, Like in a way. Maybe not 14, I think. Maybe you're looking more like 10. By 14, you're kind of starting to recognize like expectations of people a little bit. So whether or not something is sparkly can lose its sparkle, perhaps. Butterfly-like eyes and eyelashes. Her hair is a mix of butterfly locks and jade braids. Can you just say how fun it is as well? Obviously, like everyone loves butterfly locks. I think they look really cool. It's a type of like black hairstyle. It's nice. But like it's also very on theme, on motive, and that's also something I adore. You know, even just like in the way that it says in the name, it's butterfly locks. They don't necessarily look like butterflies, but like it's so cool. More beads, etc., can be added to her hair. Hairstyle can be drawn fully down, fully up, half down. Great. Motifs are butterflies, death and rebirths, cemeteries, graves, lanterns, Gothic Lolita, skulls, contrast, ghosts, souls, spirits, pixel horror RPGs, like chase scenes, especially. She likes sweets, fireplaces, warmth, and text. I don't know if it was like a like or that's just like a filter. Hmm. All right. So let me see like any of the headshots we have. She also got like really cool pupils. All right. Mm-mm-mm. I'll also quickly search the butterfly locks again because I don't want to mess them up. I have drawn them before, but like I want to make sure I have the correct ones and on accidentally draw the wrong hairstyle. Ah, yeah, it's gonna be difficult. We can definitely live through it though. We can succeed. Nothing quite like a challenge. Okay, first of all, while I'm over here babbling on about challenges and whatnot, there are much more at present issues, such as I need to draw a circle. Okay, Control Z, maybe Alt Shift, Shift Out, Shift. No, it won't do. I really wanted to do it from like center, but alas. Okay, uh, if I start at 80 by 80, will it be fine? 80, 80. Great. And we end at... I don't know, because it's not like a 1v1. Okay, let's call this a circle and call it a day. Yeah. I kind of want to move it a bit, but also don't. It's strange. We will have to draw her in that same style we're doing with everybody else, though. Sad but true. So let's look at her color scheme once more. I can't wait, because, okay, she likes sweets, so we're going to use those as well a little bit later. That is... Actually, hold on, there's a couple things. I don't know. Okay, so she is purple. That's something we can go with. Purple. Okay. So with her being purple, let's pick a nice purple. Yeah, that one seems good. I'll even do this. Will I? I was going to use the like reflection tool to make sure that she's got like symmetry tool. There we go. But I don't know if I want to draw her face on. I think so. I'll try. What is the size of this thing? Oh, it is 1,000 by 1,000. See, I thought I'd, use something that neat, but where's the 500? My dear beloved ruler, where are you? Shift. That is not it. Where's symmetrical ruler? There we go. Marvelous. Alright. With that established, we can now draw, probably. I'll erase some of that, like, slightly weird looking chin. Okay, and then I'll keep coloring it in very carefully because of the drag. Just like so. Coloring in the shape of her purple face. Because that is the color of it. That'll be lovely. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at like a profile picture almost idea for it. A little bit more purple, more purple. And second now. And after that, I can start on the eye and do everything else. Because she's got an eye patch as well. Very lovely. Now, if I'll select a lighter color. What? No. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll even like delete a little bit of it. Go in and search. There we go. That'll do us nicely. I can't wait to color in it like horns. That'll be so cool. Just like so. One of the like for the D&D stories and such things, there was this one campaign I went, which is a really good campaign. We called it Scarcity because the like main, I guess, plot point of it was that the like resource everybody has been using for magic has suddenly started to run dry, and so there's a new scarcity coming, and we have to kind of solve it. And the meeting, actually, I guess we did kind of meet at a bar-ish. Not really. No, actually, it was like a slow approach, because like first a couple characters met, then the next one, and then the next one, like in the progression of it naturally. It was quite nice. All within like one session, very quickly. Oh, actually, I'll put an overlay on this because I think that'll be cool. Oh, actually, I won't put an overlay because I did not put a separate new layer on. Now I'll put an overlay. And so what we had in the party was a rich man who was perfectly okay with like cannibalism, his drug dealer, uh, a hag from the woods, and a girl looking for the cure for cancer for her little brother. As it was also a magical shopkeeper, obviously, but like that was a wild gang, I think. Absolutely strange meeting circumstances. It's games of pretend can get quite interesting, I suppose. I still find it very funny personally. Okay, we can add sparkles. Oh, sparkles would be so fun. There's a glitter brush in Clip Studio. I wonder if I should also use an overlay. Where's overlay? Overlay. There we go. I might even make it animated actually. I don't know if overlay was the correct one for this. I could go and glow dodge. No. I don't like how like many there are. Not cool. I might use it later, but for now we have. I guess I could go with the sparkle. Nope. Last stroke was unnecessary. Oh dear. No, go back. Once more. Not quite it. Come back. Yes, and then once more over here. It'll probably do. And I'll try adding a little bit more at the top. Now I have an idea where I'll control G. The group itself will be linked, this will not be, and this will be moved around on it. Maybe. Will it be normal? I'll put it on normal, I think. And with it, if we move it around, not you, if we move this layer around. I think that works. Okay, I'll mark this as orange for movement. Now with that, there is some. Actually, I think my other colors is starting to work normally. Which, if that's true, could be cool. She can't have a bonnet because of the way that her like hair works. I know to do with that information yet. Let's go over here, maybe. I might be able to do like a multiply. Just like so. It's technically like way too bright. I want it to be more subtle. I think we can just like use normal shading now, which is super cool. And once more, just have it be like a glow dodge thing, I guess. This needs to be a little bit warmer. Smaller. And then glow dodge. Not quite right. Perhaps it will undo itself if I wait long enough. My absolute chair. I guess that could work. let's erase a little bit. You know, I said a little bit, I did mean a little bit. It's a bit much. Oh well. Let's try raising the other horn a little bit. Okay, I can actually live with that, I think. Now on some more aspects of it. Where is it? Over here. I'll try sort of like erasing some of the sparkles over there. I guess, maybe. And let's pick like the bright blue. And then that way, maybe I could even boost the sparkles a bit. Let us see. I can kind of get behind it. I think I'll just have several different types. Okay, let's undo that. Control G. And let's add some new types of sparkles. Which honestly is not what I should be focusing on, but come on. Yeah, I can get behind these. Let's go with the full orange as well. Great. Now with all that, we can also add a few more details to the face. First and foremost, we will need the lip. So, over here, and then this color will be on multiply because I cannot be bothered trying to pick out an actual, like, darker color. So I'll just use the same one on multiply. This is not it, but we can fix it. That can work, probably. A little bit. Her lip's actually more round. Control Z. Please work. Please. So sorry for any extra noises if they get picked up by a mic, which I think they could be. Careful. Could color the entire thing in. Yeah, why not? Alright, next, let's go and pick up some more. This time, I do have like a lighter blue-ish sort of one, which isn't our preferred color choice actually, but okay, let's go back. I have this yellowish one. If I could make it slightly lighter, we would have a great time. Not the best, but honestly not the worst. And over here, and I'll try against all my better judgment to make line art. There we go. Not too bad, I think. Probably. Now let's try some more about the shading. Tieflings are cool. I wouldn't say they were my first like D&D character because that was a changeling that looked like a tiefling, but it might as well be, wouldn't it? Okay, they have this. I don't know. It's a bit hard to like explain how this. I don't know. Let's try carefully. And then it goes around over here. And then it goes around over here. And then around over here. Not perfect, but it'll do a little bit. We will have to erase some parts, such as these, to ensure a much more straightforward future for it. Where is it? Ah, down there. Like so. Oh, wonderful. And then once more is across the nose. I don't think I do that well. I might just hide this one. Clearly the attempt is not so good. Let's try again. I'll pick a bigger one so that I can have like proper outlines. Like so. Like so. I think the eye patch is such a cute touch, you know? Right, now with that in mind, we can probably draw in the size 20, we should be able to make some of the strings. And one more over here. One more over here. Okay, that one line did work out. And then once more over here. It's not too bad. And if we go back to number 5, I should be able to draw an eye after this. Like so. Hopefully. Actually, the bigger color does work for us. Like the bigger brush, you know? Oh, okay, it messed everything up. I did not like that, but we can erase it once it has decided to switch to the eraser color. It's a shame it came so late. The messing up, I mean, after I've done so much. I wasn't even expecting it. I think that's part of what bums me out about it so much. You know? Because by then I have already moved on from the eye patch and it has decided to just do this. But nonetheless, we continue. In adversity, we grow and thrive, and such things, I suppose. And then if we go to number 5, I can probably add the eyelashes. Please. Okay, that was actually not a good one. Control Z. Okay. Careful. And then a couple more. Careful. And then one more. No, it's a little bit difficult to tell. I might zoom in further. Once it is done zooming in, I will probably Control Z. And also Control S. Wondrous things for this. Oh, it did not delete all of it. Well. Soon. Maybe. Yes. And then I'll color that eyelash in very gently, very carefully. Wonderful. I mean, actually, though I like curved, that was not quite it. Let's try carefully curving it back upwards. And then with eraser color, erasing that line that drew in between the two for no reason that I can actually understand. There we go. And we draw over it. Wonderful. Very good. And then I don't know. Eyelashes are never my strong suit, to be honest. try going like this way about it. It's pretty cool. Very good. Yeah, I can notice it. I will also actually do one more thing, I think. I'm just going to leave out the part where I want the iris to be, or like, I don't even know if that's the iris, the eye color. Sclera, maybe? Maybe not. Iris is the part that's within the eye color. In Russian, that you would call it a raduga, which is rainbow. So that's what I know, but like, I don't know the English version of it. I have no idea what you call it. It makes sense for it to be rainbow though, because that's like the part of your eye that actually has different colors. Or so you would think. Let's add a tiny circle here, and a bigger circle over here. Wonderful. I'd actually add one more thing on a new layer. And it's a little, yes. Very good. And then underneath that, we will draw a yellow. Yellow is a great color, it's my favorite one. Careful, 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 careful. Yes, and I could probably use some of my lighter yellow for the shading. Very cool. Maybe? No. Okay, I see how it is. Oh, might as well. Alright. Okay, I forgot that the part that I had just made invisible also had the lip on it, so I'm going to take the lip, Control X, Control V, Control D, delete that one. What is this? There we go, much simpler. There are a couple more things we gotta do. First is the difference in color. And then we're going to multiply probably, I don't know. And then in a much larger brush. Great. And I can probably erase a bit of it. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Let's still erase a bit of it because that was a little bit too much. And maybe I'll make it, yeah, more translucent. Wonderful. Maybe I'll even add a little bit of the nose. Never mind, it was an awful idea. Not the worst. And then we can add the eyebrows. I have this thin gouache brush for that, which might stop our entire endeavor. I can't tell if her second eyebrow is burnt off. I don't think so. Okay. Now we can go above all of this and start on the hair. Butterfly looks are an amazing thing. Rainbows make sense. Yeah. Iris is color, pupil is black. Oh, wait, really? Ooh. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Okay, so butterfly looks. She's got like a... Okay, I have to use a center brush. They, how do I? Butterfly looks in this like interesting space for drawing them. Because on one hand, like a part of it is the varied sickness. On the other hand, the other part is the like a butterfly-esque pattern to them, I suppose. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Multiply. Hmm. Let's make sure there's one more. And a couple more over here, because I wanted to just like sort of cover her eye a little bit. I think that might do us good. Mm-hmm. And then I'll go back to bring this to normal, and I'll pick up a darker color for it. Oh, actually, kind of like the dark purplish color for it. If I go Control Z and I pick it out, or even this one, and I go Control Shift that, and then I pick a big brush over here, and I'll lock it. What color will look the best? This one is nice. I think it might be the nicest. Alright, we'll stick to this one. We'll draw a couple more. Now we need to remember that we will also have a bonnet here later, so try not to forget about that. And one over here. I'm trying to like define it a little bit, you know? And then with that, I'll go on to a next layer, and I'll try to do something with it. Like so. I think that'll do nicely. Oh no, it had decided to undo itself, like altogether. Oh, actually, it's a bit worse than undo, or is it? No, I think actually an undo would be worse than this. So I suppose small mercies. It's so hard to score. Oh no. Okay. So every time I draw, it waits like approximately 5 seconds before it decides to draw straight lines with whatever brush I'm using over that entire drawing. Which makes it difficult, but not impossible. Never impossible. Please be fine, please be fine, please be fine. Actually, I might erase that part. I'm hoping to outrun it at the moment. It's a very bad idea. I won't be able to do it. But like... Oh, actually I might have... I don't know. Too scared to say anything, because I might just jinx it. What are we doing? We're doing glow dodge? I guess. Glow dodge is not the best. I think it's a good base, actually. Let's try once more. And then for this, we'll choose screen, maybe? Later. Screen's not the... No, I don't like screen. Maybe lighten? I don't see any visible difference. Add glow? Add glow works. Yeah, I can live with add glow. Alright, great. Now we can add the bonnet. I'll just straight up pick black, which is the only color darker than what we currently have. And I will go underneath most things. including the head. Damn, there's so many layers. Like so, and then we add a little bit of that. There we go. And we just need to also add it over here. Hopefully it'll follow along. Yes. Yes. And sort of. Let's try a little bit more. It's so cool. So pupils black and iris is the color. Okay, we dye it and then we erase a little bit of it. It's a little hard to draw at the moment with all the lines it's drawing in between, I'm gonna be honest. Nothing we haven't met before though. I can't wait to draw like the butterflies. I think I'll be able to do that soon. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, great. Actually, before we go into that, I might add some hair. Which is, of course, in our lighter color. And that is how we do butterfly looks over here. I should have like done a reflection. Why would I be doing this twice? No. There's a little bit over here that they want to cover because like there would not be gaps over there. Similarly to over here, there would not be gaps. I don't know. I'm gonna have to color that. Not quite. It's so hard to tell. I press Ctrl Z, and I'm just waiting for it to actually do the same. Maybe they're not big enough? I'm trying to understand how to make the hair actually look appealing. I'll color some more of it in. The only downside of this color palette is that it does make it like very difficult to draw because of so many different shades of black. You know? Not even gray, but just black. So I'm not quite certain what I will do once I get this address. But I'm sure it can be like believed and relied upon to figure it out. Now with that, I want to add a little bit more lighting. I'll make it clip, I'll add a glow dodge, I'll take this beautiful one, and I'll add a few more over here. That's a very nice glow dodge actually. Why did I not get that color before? Like it's a good question, isn't it? Because I want that kind of color on my top layer as well. I'll add one more layer and I'll label it glow dodge again. Glow dodge. Okay, cunt. It appears I have lost rights to different types of layers for now. Oh well. Now I did want to do the bows next to it, which would be sick. Control S. Now for the bows. There's actually a couple things I need to do, not just the bows. One of which is the butterflies. They're very cool. Yeah, sure. Don't switch the colors to the one that I've wanted. That's fine. Wow. Okay, a little bit of that needs to be taken off, and we'll grab the golden orange thing going on. Hopefully within the next 1 to 2 business day hours. Oh, not the weather. I can't tell if it grabbed orange or not, but I will probably just go off it. And look, we have. And then I'll carefully try to yeah, there we go. Now if I lock it, I will be able to color it all in that butterfly, the color I need, which isn't even this one actually. This one's too yellow. Let's try this one. This one seems more gold. Yeah, there we go. I'll go and move it in front of everything. Soon enough anyway. Up, 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 up. It's so cool to have glitter horns. Hopefully it will soon actually show up above everything. Yes, it did. Wonderful. Wonderful news. Okay. So there we go. Very good, very good, good. Yes, and then with that I can probably add a new layer, clip it. I'm not gonna try doing a layer mask anymore because I am scared. So instead we're going to make colors the old-fashioned way. Hey, it's messy, but it's fine. And now I can get back to drawing the bows. I think I want them in their knees, perhaps, the bonnet. I don't know, can't quite tell. Okay, the bows themselves, they have this dark greenish, bluish thing going on. Which I think is the exact color of actually. Color, 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 color. I don't know if I want to do it from her side of her face, because I don't think that's right. Let's close them and make a new layer for now. One over here. Alright. That seems to be quite enjoyable for it. Very good. And then I'll add another one, darker layer underneath of color. But before we draw it, we need to make it a little bit more blue, because our shading is actually blue this time around. Very nice. Because the lighting is warm. Cool. And then we will draw some of these very cute, ribbon ends as well. Very wonderful. And they also have stripes on them. So with that, is this a good gray? I guess it's good at getting. Stripe, 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 stripe. I guess. Stripe, stripe, stripe. I'd like to be mad, but I'm not, so we continue. New layer, clip it. I have to call it the one. It's fine. This is perfectly normal. Control C, Control V, Control T, so they can flip them over and don't have to draw them again. Get the cross, and I'll move it down a bit. There we go. Very good, 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 very good. Okay, And then we can add her, like, there's this thing that she has. I don't know what it's called, but it's just like light gray, high color. There we go, that's a good gray color. It's so sad to know they could do a little bit better with some of the frills. But that's okay. We'll settle for something that might be worse off than perfect, but will, in the end of the day, well, A, it will look good because, well, everything I do will end up doing so. But B, what is it gonna say with it? B. Completely forgot, actually. Oh, most of it's okay. I think that was the sentiment. As long as it's finished, it's still a work of art that has been finished, and therefore worthy of all the pride necessary. Okay, we got one more above, and we'll pick our like medium green once more. And I can color in that bow on it. And I'll pick the darker shade for it. Is this dark? No, that's dark gray. Darker shade for it over here. And we'll pick up over here a little bow thing going on. And once more. Yeah, not that bad about it. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And then we'll pick this up. We'll draw a little bit over here, a little bit over there. I might even add one more. Yeah, that seems nice. We'll just erase parts of it that are too thick. I'll deal with it. Now for their light one. There we go. Oh, is that lovely looking? I love drawing posts sometimes. Oh, I wouldn't personally do this, but it might as well be done. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Actually, the bow has like a golden thing in the middle, so I don't know why I'm worrying about that, to be honest. I don't know if I'm doing all due diligence with these bows, but that's alright. Things are up to interpretation in a way. I'll even choose like a dark black to go over it. And like outline to this brush that is. Similar ways I'm actually going to do due diligence with these bows. I have decided this is the correct thing to do. Because I also have this outline thing going on, and I'm not quite certain why it is there per se, if it's just an outline or if it's actually like a very strong, independent part of that design. But you know, can't go wrong with just doing it. One more over here. You know what this reminds me of a little bit? There's this one game, an old game called The Cave. Me and my siblings used to play it way too young, to be honest. Because, like, that cave deals with... I must say it was a bit of a traumatic game, not gonna lie. It's like a very nice 2D platformer, though. The mechanics absolutely amazing. The art good. The storyline kind of scary, because the main point of the cave is that you go into it to get like your wish fulfilled, but it does a monkey paw thing and somehow ends up pretty bad. The only person who got out of that entire cave probably okay is the scientist lady, because she, what's it called, got to like, she got everything she wanted, and at the end of it, she was the happiest looking one. Like, everybody else reaped the consequences of her actions, unfortunately. Where's that butterfly thing? Is this it? Ah, it is. Wonderful. Control C. Any second now. Yes, Control C, Control V. Like, it's a very good two-player game, actually. Especially since before the, like, repeated rise of two-player games. You know what I mean? Like a multiplayer renaissance is what we're kind of living through at the moment. And I really enjoy the fact. Because before it was very difficult. But then again, it depends on how far back you're going. If we go before the video game crash of 1985, I might actually move it a little bit further. Yeah, it's so cute. Look at how, like, I don't know, puffed up everything is. I think that's adorable. Now with that, there is also the lighter, and I wouldn't call it white, but like whatever colors we're using. Yellow, beige, orange. So vague. But I need to add some shine to this brush over here. There we go. Life's great. I could make her eyes the same color too. Nah, no point. I might control G on this entire thing because this is part 1 of what we're doing. And there's more to come. Control G. Oh, wait, hold on. Go back. Control Z. Please work. My neck hurts a bit. Seems there's no winning with shrimping. You shrimp one way or another. Control G. There we go. Now, I will probably... I know what I'll do. Do I? It's a good question, actually. Because I knew I wanted to do like a circle thing with it, but I don't think the same kind. Oops. Invert. Now we make a selection. There we go. Not too bad. But with it, what does it bring? Invert selection. I have a thing, like an idea for it. What shade should I use though? I guess I'll try this one. I'll just paint bucket it. No, that's not good. Okay, let's try purple, maybe. I'm much happier with purple. Okay, and then we can do this marvelous thing called using an airbrush underneath it the entire time. And after that, we'll use a tri brush on top to make it cool and stylistic and whatever. Let's try with this one first. This is a pretty fair brush. Let's draw it across. I'll take it, I guess. I'm gonna try reduce it in size though, because that is way too huge. I can't one-shade with that. Much improved. There we go. Maybe once more, perhaps. Perhaps. I'll take it, honestly. Yeah, that might work. And of course, glow dodge, my beloved, most favorite layer. Control D. Make it lighter. I can kind of live with that. Let's add a little bit more over here. Now, with that, there's a couple more layers we need to do. Okay, so let's select this, invert expand selection by how much do you want? Maybe it's 30? Yes, 30 is good. Alright, let's add another layer. This one will go for this one. Yes. And then we'll add one more on the outside of it. Control, no, actually expand by, I don't know, 15 perhaps? No, 10. 15 is giving it too much credit. I could try going with light purple as well. Light purple might be the way. There was something else I wanted to do with it actually. I'm a bit worried to do it now. Maybe? Now what? I'll select them all. I'll Control G. And I'll Control C, Control V to make a second version of it. It'll wake up soon and actually complete it. Soon. Soon we'll be closing after this, after I'm done with everything else. I stream every Monday, although I'll be going in a small streaming hiatus for next couple of weeks. I will stream still the coming Monday again, although this time I'll see if I switch my book reading streams back to art streams. We'll see. After that, I'll have access to a computer, which will be absolutely wonderful for my quality of like artwork and things. So keep like a bell out for that, you know? And of course I'll still be drawing, so there'll be other updates. Yeah. I want to put it out there and such. So now we have two versions of this. I can Control T any second now. There we go. And slightly reduce it in size. Hopefully not too much. Yeah, we can look at that. And we can add a couple of cookies, because I think that'd be cool. I love drawing food, I really do, especially when I actually get to do so. Alright. We'll start with one that is sort of shaped like a coffin. I have drawn it, but it's not yet drawn the lasso tool for it. So, if it will draw it. I'm just going to control this for now. He usually likes when I do that, so we'll see. Oh no. Not the ads that will curse us all. It's unfortunate. It'll occasionally break away from the loop that I have created it on. Like my background music, there we go. Normally it stays contained, but it can't do so for too much of an extended period of time for whatever reason. Hopefully it remains now though. We're back. We're so back. Okay. My lasso tool really doesn't work at the moment. And it's usually the last to go, so that is a warning sign of some kind. Not really. We're not going to crash. But yeah, okay. Let's not. Actually, unless it might be good. If it'll only let me do literally anything, wouldn't that be lovely? Now we'll come back. Where's my selection? It's gone. This is where I would put my selection if I had one, which I do not. Yeah, we can work with this. Let's do this. I'll even try to use my normal brush for it for a second to give it that like rough cookie edge. Yes, it will be a cookie in the shape of a gravestone, in case you're wondering. I did originally want to draw the lamp, actually. Well, alas, we're going with cookie for now. I want to add a couple more. Any second now. There we go. Wonderful. I can't wait till the previous one is done. There we go. And then I'll color that little bit in so that I can paint bucket it. Maybe I'll even do something nice and delete a little bit of it, because otherwise it's a little bit off center, and it's unfortunate. You don't want your gravestone off center, probably. Actually, I'm sure some people would. There's some people who are really into asymmetry, you know? Okay, I need to add a darker, warmer color for Lee Shade. Let's select that. Let's move our selection to here. Let's then add a new layer and clipping mask it, and I don't know, maybe something like this. Maybe I can just, you know, paint bucket. Nope. Invert selection. Much better. Maybe. We will see. Colored. And adding a little base. It's okay. Alright, and then last but not least, let's add some, what's it called, icing to the cookies. And then after that we can add maybe like a handkerchief or something. Not quite sure. We'll see how it goes. Smaller. There we go. Nope, not good. Okay, actually, they don't always put skulls on gravestones. I have only studied the Gothic ones because that's the type of architecture I really like. But they're actually wheat and rapier, something they put on there. Not rapier. The thing Grim Reaper uses. Size, there we go. Wheat and size is one where they put down often because it's kind of like symbolizing death in terms of harvest, like your time has come. In that kind of way. That's one I thought was interesting. They do still put like skulls and floating babies on there sometimes, but like, I might as well utilize this. Okay, not very good. Control that toot. Any second now. It's so interesting that the rule of thirds is not enough to guide the eye. I find that quite, because I was looking at some of my older art recently for a video I'm trying to make, and it used the rule of thirds, but it didn't, the eye was still not very sure about where to look. So yeah, sure, you look in the middle at first, but like from there on out, everything seems to have the same visual weight to it. there was a problem. So I did find that interesting. Like, yeah, you need more to guide the viewer than just, I don't even know the theory for it. Obviously, you can study everything with theory if you wanted to, but I think as an artist, you kind of come into this line of work having, I guess, an eye for these things in a way. And it's an eye that you can often forget behind trying to just replicate theory specifically. And it's that same eye that you can use for these sorts of things quite effectively. Please Control Shift Z, I didn't mean to delete that. Please. Oh, it's lost forever. Okay. It's fine. Oh, she's not lost forever. Or marvelous. What a rare opportunity. Those gravestones remind me of a game I had, but I don't remember its name now. It was something about the Grim Reaper, which was also, I think, a crow. And it was very nice. I've seen it described as a Souls-like, but it's not really difficult enough to warrant that at any point. It's a top-down action of some kind. It's very nice. Just very dynamic feeling, and also the colors are so colorful and bright, and I like that. I like that a lot. What I don't like is it drawing random gray lines across my entire painting. I'm going to control that so it doesn't do that. Well, now we wait for it to actually accomplish what I have requested, which is to undo that line. Honestly, I think it might undo all of my lines, but... Wow. You know what it just did? It decided to draw more lines, and then undo only the extra lines it drew. Yeah, okay. Fair enough, I don't need all that anyway. Why would I? Why would I at any point need any of the lines I drew previously? I'm just too good. I don't even need them. I can draw them on my own. I can redraw them though. Something we can always do. Hello, welcome gravestone shaped cookies. Soundness, isn't it? I suppose a little. Okay, and let's add some of that line around the outside for the thickness of the icing. Or we can do that. Nobody ever stops you from drawing a line right across it. Like it's some kind of silky glass-like surface, and it isn't. Right. And careful, careful, careful. Great. And we can erase it like so. Gently, yes. Wow. Now it has done that to the eraser. Very unfortunate circumstance for me. I have to carefully try to redraw this. But I believe in myself. Okay. And if we erase it a little bit. Well, I can't say it was ever amusing that much to begin with, but now I can say it's not particularly funny, does it? Still. I'm sure we can probably do something about it. Very carefully. There we go. If we're lucky, it will be perfectly fine. I'll take it, I think. It does look less smooth now, but I think it'll be okay in the long run. Now, for the handkerchief, I want to draw underneath all of this. You know, if you have cookies, you want them to be on a handkerchief. It seems fairly logical to me. And then I'll try to also do it in that same like turquoise color. I think that'll go with it. And I'll carefully angle it. There we go. Okay, and then we make one more layer, make it a clipping mask. And with that layer, I will add some shadow. I'll use my sync gouache for that. And I'll put it up to 60 because the other one was way too low. There we go. Let's double selection, and then what kind of pattern is the question? Maybe just stripes? But I don't want to do stripes. I could try going on like a checkered run sort of thing. Actually, just stripes works. Huh, okay. And then once more clipping mask. This time we're going to try adding a little bit of shadow to it. And then over here, and then I'll make it into a multiply layer so that the shadow shows up naturally. Almost done. They're not the best cookies around, but they'll do. I'll just make it a little bit more translucent. And over there, just a little bit more. It'd be better to just like have it on the ground floor. Possibly. I know it's hard to tell. I guess it's good enough. I'll take it. And then at the top of everything we can draw a butterfly. Which I will try using the lasso tool. Not you, normal lasso. Yeah, good enough. I'll try to pick a brighter blue though. And then very carefully I'll add a little bit more to it. This may be a size 25. Over there we go. Now I'll lock it and I'll add a little bit of like the dark gray for the pattern. Oh dear, that's the wrong brush. I'll take the Sin Gouache, is what I've been wanting, instead of the, well, I call it an airbrush, but I suppose this software calls it the Paint and Apply. From why, I do not know. Just a bit more. It's a shame I don't quite remember what the butterfly pattern on these kind of things is. It really is. Still, it might do us good. Like so. And then once more. There we go. I might actually just make it a glowing thing, because I don't want to cover her face too much. Who knows? I'll try to... Oh no. Just go to normal. Just go to normal. There we go. Where should we move it is the question. I think I'll try to maybe resize it. And then with that, I'll try another glow dodge, but it'll be like an interesting kind. Once more. I think if we just do that with the lighting, it might work out. Suppose, maybe? Let me try to add a little bit to it. Yes. Yep. And then a little bit of quick animation for it. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Well, it's ready to file, so. Wrong folder. Ah, there we go, that's the current folder. And there was the one with the sparkles, is this it? I can't tell. Are you the sparkles folder? Surely, right? It is. Wonderful. Where is our beloved layer is the question though. Because there's some very specific things I want to do with it. Now let's scroll down until, wait, hold on, scroll back up. There we go. Wonderful. A little bit more there. All right, so for this one, we're going to make it, it's not going to be frame by frame. It's going to be, what's it called? Keyframe, there we go. For which point we're going to move it. Please move wrong one. It did not. This is the one we want to move. And it's not. Okay. Ah, there we go. And then by the time we get over here, well, actually, Control Z. A sec. Let's keyframe it as is on frame 1, because I don't want to have to deal with it. And keyframe it again on the last one, because again, I don't want to have to deal with that. Let's go with frame like 10 or something, I guess. Yeah, that will do. And by the time we get to like 20 or something, if you let it play, yes, it slightly changes the color. Marvelous. Very good. Now for these two, there is a much easier alternative. There we go. Actually, I think this one needs to be a bit closer. Otherwise there's going to be a gap in the sparkle and we don't like that. There we go. Put an eyeball on. And it's not the best, but it's also far from the worst. So I'm quite happy with that, I think. Wonderful, and that is us. I know what to do with the main background though. Maybe I'll also make it black or something. Or even just blue. Maybe. Let's foreground transparent. That's blue sky. Foreground the background. No. Foreground transparent. Certainly is. Maybe if I do one right across, that'll do better. I don't know. Control T. Perhaps if I rotate it a couple degrees. 1 degree. I'm happy with that. I might even do one more thing with it actually. I'll go over here to the top. I'll add a new layer or two. Let me pick it green and then make it great. Now, where was the stuff with the sparkling on the first one? There? No, there. Wonderful. Okay, a little bit over the edge here. There we go. And the new one goes over here. What we're gonna do is grab a pair of sparkles. Very large ones. And first I'm gonna zoom out a little bit actually. There we go. How large is this? I don't think it's that large. Well, my cursor doesn't show up, so alas. Let me scroll down a bit, 200. 1, 2. And then glow dodge. I don't think this is big enough yet. And then also glow dodge. And with that, we now have this sort of sparkly thing going on. Wonderful. Control S, and that is where we shall end today. I hope everyone has had fun and managed to get some things done as they wanted to, and overall enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon or morning or whatever time of day it is that you do. And with that, we'll end stream.